Okay.
Hello and welcome to the Gangrene Nation live draft show for day one of the 2014 NFL Draft. My name is Scott Salmon. I'm here along Nick Maruziak
Hi, folks.
and David Wyatt.
Hey guys.
And so we're going to be talking about the draft the next few hours. Nick, why don't you start us off?
Yeah, this draft is shaping up to be an interesting one. Obviously, a lot of questions, a lot. Maybe this is the first draft I can remember in a long time where there's so much volatility within it of who's the consensus top quarterback, who's the consensus top picks. A lot of teams are going to be moving around. It's going to be an interesting draft to follow. As you can see, Scott's got his big board behind him. David, of course, is one of our better. Both of them actually are better scouts. So, yeah, guys, why don't you just kind of preview it for us? David, why don't we start off with you?
Yeah, so it's going to be a really interesting draft. I mean, a lot of positions there is no number one, especially a quarterback. I mean, before the whole off-season workout period started, Bridgewater was the number one, and something's happened between then and now to make people question that, and some people are even saying he might drop like Geno dropped. I mean, personally, I don't think that your pro day workout should have such an effect on your draft stock, but it seems to be really affecting Bridgewater right now, and it's made people go back to the tape. But there's a lot of positions where it's going to be really exciting, and I think the most exciting thing is we have no idea what the Jets are going to do, as usual. What do you think, Scott?
Hey, Scott, how
Yeah,
about the? Yep, go
it's
ahead. Sorry.
still. I was just down with Bridgewater right now. There's some reports that it was his bad pro day that's going to cause him to drop. There are other reports that teams are nervous about his durability because of his size. I don't think that's really much of a valid concern. I mean, he's over 6 feet. He's about 200 pounds. He's about the same size as Derek Carr. They both have small hands, so those are problems that have been known for a while. They're not really new things. I'm not. I think when you go to the tape with Bridgewater, you see every single time that he's just a great quarterback. So I think it's the team with if it's true that he's about to drop, I think it's going to be for reasons that you can't see on film, something that the teams know that we don't.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of things that goes into this, I think, and this is going to be the interesting. I think this is going to be the most interesting draft we've had in a long, long time. A lot of teams, you look at Texans, they're looking at, they could go one or two ways. I know I was watching ESPN earlier today, and they had like 8 different scenarios depending on what the Texans do. Let me ask you something, guys. When we talk about drafting, we talk about best player available. We talk about a needs-based draft. Scott, why don't you talk about the best player available style, and then David, why don't you talk about a needs-based draft, and then we'll get into draft boards and how those work. So, Scott, if you want to go BPA for us.
Sure, I think BPA is sort of interconnected with the big boards and how teams rank them. So BPA stands for best player available, and it's usually what teams will tend to do in the first couple rounds, unless they have a really glaring need. It's like a quarterback, for example. And what they'll do is they'll see you'll see in the back here we have our own big board of all the players. Well, we have the top 81 players ranked. A regular NFL team will have the first, say, 250 or 300 players. They'll have them all ranked, regardless of position, and they'll take a bunch of things into consideration of that. I mean, they can be looking at, for quarterbacks, they'll be looking at the arm strength. They'll look at how accurate they are for short throws, intermediate throws, and deep throws, and they'll grade each of those things, and that'll give them a final ranking. And they compare that ranking to other players at other positions, and that lets them come up with their best players in the draft. So with the BPA approach, say you're the fourth team up in the draft, and the first three picks, you cross them off your list. Come to the fourth pick, and you say the first 3 players have all been crossed off our list. The fourth player in our case is Teddy Bridgewater. So we would just say, okay, he's the best player available on our board. Let's just take him and call it. And then wait for our next pick in the next round. There's usually some flexibility with that. Obviously, if you have Peyton Manning as your quarterback, you are probably not going to take Teddy Bridgewater in the first round because you have such a great player. So there's some flexibility there. You might say, well, number 4, when Bridgewater is the best player available, but because of our needs, let's look down to the next player, in this case, Sammy Watkins, and he might suit us better. So there's some flexibility in there, but generally best player available means you look to your big board and you see how they're ranked, and you just pick the top player available.
David, are you there? Yep. Okay. Why don't you talk about a needs-based draft? Scott obviously covered BPA, but teams that are drafting for need, what are they doing?
Yeah, I mean, Scott did touch on it slightly there when he said, the teams will rank their players. All teams will rank their players in best player available, but then they'll have a separate ranking for the best players at a position of need. So like Scott said there, if they got to the 4th selection and the best player available was a quarterback, but they hadn't got a need at quarterback, they're going to move on and they're going to take the player that's at their highest needs. So if they really need a cornerback, they're going to take their number 1 cornerback instead of the best player overall in the draft. So just for example, let's say it gets down to the Jets, and for some reason one of the best defensive linemen drop. He's the best player available. They've got him rated as the number 1 on their board. But if they're doing it for need, what they're going to do is they're going to move down. They're going to find probably the best cornerback, the best wide receiver, the best safety, and then they're going to take him instead. Personally, I always prefer the best player available, just because I think that's what you should do. You should fill needs in free agency. You should fill best player available in the draft, and that's always how the good teams usually get the most talent on their roster by going BPA and getting a lot of depth.
Now, let me ask you guys something, and I'm going to call a little audible here. Where do you think that the Jets fall in this BPA versus need-based? Are they more, I'm going to assume they're more need-based at this point than BPA. Would you guys agree with that, disagree with that? What's your thoughts on that? Scott, start off.
I would disagree. I think where the Jets are right now, they have holes all over the place. I mean, they need a wide receiver, they need offensive linemen, they need linebackers, they need cornerbacks, they need safeties. And I think just in general, there's a lack of talent on it. There's just a general lack of talent on the team. So when you have that many holes, you just can't fill all the needs with 1 or 2 picks. So I think when you're in the Jets position, you need to just look to infuse as much talent as you can. I think the best way of doing that is going with the best player available approach. You just take the best player you can, and because there's so many holes, they'll almost inevitably fill one of the holes. I think if you're say the Patriots and you think you're one player away from the Super Bowl, like the Atlanta Falcons were a couple of years ago when they traded up for Julio Jones, I think that's a team that's in a better position to draft for a needs-based approach.
David, what's your thoughts?
Yeah, I mean, I completely agree with Scott. I think when you are 1 or 2 players away, you take what you need to get to that ultimate goal of winning the championship. But when you're in the Jets position, you do have several holes to fill. It's about infusing the roster with a little bit of talent. So you're taking the best player available, as long as it makes sense. I mean, you're not taking the best quarterback in round 1 and the second best quarterback in round 2, obviously. Yeah. You've got to have a logic to your selection. But yeah, I completely agree with Scott. I think we are in a best player available position. I think John had said himself several months ago that his draft approach is to take the best player available and then fill the holes through free agency.
Something else I wanted to say, because we got a comment about this in the comment section about from Mike. He asked about the BPA. He said he just wanted to know who determines that. And obviously, each team is going to have a separate big board, and our big board might look nothing like any other team's. So each team is going to have their own, and that's where the problems start for some teams. If they just can't evaluate a player, they might think that, say for example, they have a good example. Say they have Bishop Sankey, who's our first-ranked running back on the board. We don't have him ranked until the 51st player. Some team might just not know how to evaluate his performance. They might say he's the second best player available or something, and that throws off everything else. So the best. If it's he said it's in the eye of the beholder, and that's true. The big board is going to be determined on a team by team basis, and it might completely depend. I mean, some teams might not even have a player on the board. Like we have, for example, we have Colt Lyre, or we have him ranked 30th on our board. A lot of teams have just crossed him off completely because of some off the field concerns. So we have him on our board, and guarantee there are other teams that don't even have him on their board. So it's going to change dramatically on a team by team basis.
Yeah, guys, I appreciate it. And right now, if you're watching the NFL Draft on the NFL Network, the pre-show, they're showing some of the players up there, and you could see the guys that are really confident, really looking happy, and other guys who may not make it out of the maybe in the second, maybe even third round. Let me ask you something, guys. With your board now, I assume you both did this, or is this Scott Salmon's board, or did you guys decide how did you come about this board?
I started off. I came up with my first 50 or so players, and then Dave edited it. He said this player's too high, this player's too low, this player shouldn't be on there. You're missing this guy. So we went through a couple rounds of that, going back and forth, and then today we decided we had our top 50 locked up. We made some minor changes to that today, and then we decided we wanted to add 31 more players to the board. So it was the same sort of process. We're just going back and forth. We disagreed on a few players. Zach Mettenberger, for one, who we ended up taking off completely after some disagreement. But there's a collaboration between the two of us.
Yeah, David, maybe you could further elaborate on this. This is months in the taking, I assume. I mean, this is not something that you guys have just, done in like a few hours. This is something that you've scouted these players, you've done research. I mean, what goes into the art of this player is better than this? Obviously, it's not you just sit there last week and go, I like this guy, he goes up. I mean, maybe you could explain how you guys determine, who's better than the other guy.
Yeah, I mean, we go through a lot of work to get this kind of set up. I mean, this isn't a couple of weeks in the making. This isn't even a couple of months in the making. This is probably a couple of years of watching these guys. Maybe not 100% focused on them. Maybe we were watching some other prospects, and these guys crept up 2 years ago. But me and Scott talk about this year rounds. Every now and again we'll exchange an email just saying, I really like this guy, and then Scott will say, what are you talking about? I'll say, Scott, just get on board, yeah.
For example, I mean, we were saying about watching these players for a long time, like Dre Archer, who we have ranked 78th. I've been watching him for the past 2 years. I was hoping that he would player last year, but he decided to hold off. This is just an example. Obviously, guys like Johnny Manziel has been on the radar for a while. Some of them are obviously newer. Can't think of a good example, but there's some players that just had a great season this year, so we started watching now. But most of these guys have been building up.
Okay. Somebody asked this question, and I find it a good question, actually. Trading up, is that more of a need-based strategy or BPA? And Negative Nancy says it's need-based. I'm wondering what your guys' thoughts on it. Can it be a best player available strategy where you go out and you grab one of the biggest stars out there, or the guy you think is going to be stars, or is it always a need-based strategy? Scott, let's start off with you.
I think it's got to be needs based. I mean, there's the only real reason to trade up is if let me say this. It's a little bit of both, but it's mostly need based. Obviously, if you're trading up for a player, you think that he's probably going to be the best player, and that's why you think he's worth trading up. But you're not going to at a similar level. You're not going to trade up just because you think Andrew Luck is the greatest quarterback ever. If you don't have a need at quarterback, you're not going to do that. Whereas if you're desperate for a quarterback, or some other position, then you're more likely to trade up as a result of that.
David, what are your thoughts? Same thing?
Very similar, yeah. I mean, I think it could be one or the other. I think it could be a little bit of both as well. I mean, if you're doing a BPA strategy and you've got a guy who you think is the third best player in the whole draft, and he drops to 10, then it makes sense to then move up and select that guy just because it represents really good value. So it could be need-based. and it's likely to be need-based. But I think a BPA strategy, you're more than likely to do the same thing as well. It's all about how the draft board falls, who you rate, and where you see the value. So if you want to move up and get a guy you think should have gone 10 picks earlier, but you don't necessarily need him, I think some GMs will do that without any shadow of doubt.
Okay. Now let me ask you something, guys. Here, Scott, you mentioned something to me in a personal email about a board going vertical and horizontal. Maybe you could explain how that works to the people, especially people like me who aren't, I guess you would say, big draft guys. I kind of just show up and like to watch names get called. Maybe you could explain how boards go vertical and how they go horizontal. Go ahead, sir.
So a traditional vertical board would be what we have here. Obviously, because of space, it's a little bit of both. But if you had a big whiteboard, you can imagine it going from 1 down to 50 or 1 down to 250, whatever it is. And that would just be most teams will use that for like the best player approach. Whereas when we were talking about before, the having the positional rank, if you have positional rankings, you have the top 5 quarterbacks, you have the top 5 wide receivers, 5 running backs, all that. That's a horizontal board because you have the positions side by side. So you can say, well, we need let's look at the best player available at this position. So you'll say, let's look at the best player available at quarterback. Then you might say, well, let's look at the best player available at wide receiver. And that goes on a horizontal level as opposed to the on a position by position basis, as opposed to the vertical board, which is the top 50, 250, whatever you have. Most teams will have, as far as I know, all teams will have both of them, and then it really depends on that gives them the flexibility to choose to go whether either best player available or needs-based approach by. They can choose depending on their pick.
So if I'm getting this right, and I'm trying to kind of make sure that I am, so that everybody else is, it's basically the vertical board is what you have, which is basically BPA, and then the horizontal board's obviously needs based. And maybe David, you could talk about this. Would a team that's need based obviously start looking more at the horizontal board and start looking at specific positions, or is a BPA going to look at the the vertical the board behind Scott and just go off that? What do you think?
Yeah, I mean, BPA position, it will go on the big board like Scott has there. Need based, the way I kind of understand it is they will do it position breakdown and then they'll also do it round breakdown. So that will give them a better understanding of where they truly value this player in relation to the round and the position. So they might have a star over the quarterback and the wide receiver, and then they'll do round 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and that way they can really break it down by value as well as need. I think I understand that right, and I think I spoke to Scott about this a long time ago. But I'm always in favour of using the big board just because I've always said my personal preference for strategy is to go best player available. I've never actually personally seen a horizontal board, but from my understanding, that's kind of how it works, and I think Scott kind of corroborated that.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, guys, I read through Collision Low Crossers about the Jets, and they were talking about the 2 different boards and how much of a basically a pain it is to go through this draft. I mean, you have thousands of over 1,000 names up there, even though how many are actually going to get drafted. Maybe let's start going away from the draft and I guess the basics of the draft. Let's actually talk about your board, for instance. So let's go through your top 5. Obviously, you guys have Clowney number 1. Aren't you? Let me ask you: aren't you concerned about his motor, or do you think that his talent will outweigh the fact that there are concerns about his his perceived laziness on a field? Scott, start off with us.
Yeah, I think that's honestly Clowney's probably the only concern that I can think of with Clowney. I don't know that it's that big a deal just because his motor this past year, I think he went from 13 sacks to 3 sacks this past year. His motor seemed about the fact that he didn't want to get injured before he went to the draft. And I mean, there were rumblings before the season started that he just wasn't going to play at all, just because it wasn't worth risking the injury, just because we knew he was a top 5, top 10 talent. And so I'm happy he at least decided to play. I think his concerns about injury are valid, especially what happened to Lattimore, who ended up going to San Francisco late. I mean, the risk of a blown out knee that could destroy your career, especially for someone who's pretty much already locked up a top spot. Since his motor seemed to relate to that, it's not as big a concern to me.
David, what's your thoughts?
Yeah, I mean, I agree with that as well. I think one aspect to it as well is because he really blew up college football in 2012. 2013, he got a lot of double teams and he got a lot of triple teams as well. And you could see him getting frustrated. If you watched the whole game, you'll see him beat his first man, get hit by the second man, and then get a triple team on him. And he'll go back to the sideline. He'll be a little bit downhide because he's doing his best. He's working hard. His motor's still going. He's still in the backfield, but he's just not getting the statistical kind of recognition because he's just getting too much attention from the offensive play calling, and that's going to frustrate you. And some people will look at that and say, his motor's not there or something like that. Personally, I don't think there was a bigger deal about his motor as some people made out. I don't think it's a massive concern. He's still probably my number one. I think we did agree unanimously on that one. Mac is obviously probably my favourite prospect from the draft, which I've told Scott 1,000 times already. I haven't got a problem with Clowney. I don't think his motor is going to be a big issue. I think he'll get the motivation back when he reaches the NFL. He is one of the best.
Yeah. Mac is Mac can do everything. He can rush the passer. He can stop the run. He can literally do everything that you would ask of an outside linebacker. He can go into coverage. He's not. I wouldn't say he's particularly elite at anything. He's not going to be the greatest pass rusher ever from outside linebacker. He's not going to be the greatest cover outside linebacker. But everything he does at an extremely high level, like a notch below elite. I think that's what makes him so great, that he's just so well-rounded. He's just so good at absolutely everything. May not be elite at any one thing, but he can do everything really well.
Okay, let me ask you guys, you know what, I'm going to jump a little bit ahead here, maybe go talk about a little more needs-based. Seems to be a lot of talk about ODB over Cooks or Cooks over ODB. How do you guys have it on your boards, and how do you explain the way you have it? Let's start off with you, David. What do you got on the Cooks versus Beckham Jr., kind of side by side?
Yeah, I mean, on the big board, I think we've got Beckham ahead of Cooks. But on my personal top 5, I actually have Cooks as the second best receiver in the draft. But that's just my personal opinion. I just think, Scott's smiling there because he knows how much I love Cooks. You kind of start to understand how much of an effort this was to work, together to get this done, because we have so different opinions on some of these guys. But Cooks, for me, he's just a great athlete. He can turn any play into a home run. He's a polished route runner. He catches the ball away from his body. He can work in the return game. So can Beckham. My problem with Beckham is, he didn't always. He had a lot of flutters. So for a couple of weeks he'd turn up, he'd catch everything, and then for a couple of weeks he'd go a little bit more quiet. He wouldn't do so much. I still really like Beckham. I would not complain one bit if we ended up with Beckham. I wouldn't complain if we ended up with Cooks. But I think that's the great thing about this draft, is that there's so many prospects that we could end up with where everyone would be at least kind of happy to an extent and say, okay, I can understand that. And that's not been the case for so many years, that there's always been one or two players the Jets fan base have wanted, and then anyone else was deemed a failure straight away. But we have Beckham above Cooks.
I'll talk about that. So, we have them close. We have Beckham ranked number 15th on it, and then Cooks number 18th. So it's obviously pretty close for us. I have Beckham as the number 2 wide receiver. David has Cooks as number 2 wide receiver. So you can switch them around. But The reason I have Beckham above Cooks, I think he's more versatile. I think Cooks is obviously a great deep threat, or he's a speedster. He can sort of like Tavon Austin light, if you will. I think Cooks can do a little bit of everything. He has fantastic route running skills. His hands are great. He has like dinner plates for hands. He makes just some absolutely ridiculous catches. I also like that he's. I like that. First of all, he has great field awareness. He knows where he is on the field. He doesn't get caught out of he doesn't get thrown out of or catch the ball out of bounds very often because he catches it in bounds. He knows where his feet are. I also like the fact that he's not. He's taller. He's obviously taller than Cooks. He's 5'11", so he's not amazingly huge, but he's one of those guys that plays a lot bigger than he is. So like Steve Smith, for example, is obviously an extremely short player, but he just plays massively. He's very aggressive, very physical. He plays far above his size. I see the same sort of thing with Beckham. He's like I said, he's 5'11", but he plays like a guy that's 6'3", as opposed to a guy like Stephen Hill who's 6'4", but plays like he's 5'11". So I think the versatility, his route running, his field awareness, how big he plays. I think those are all the reasons why I put Beckham above Cooks. So I think Cooks is obviously a dynamic player, but I think he's just more. I don't think you're not going to have him run the full route tree. I think Beckham can run the full route tree and do it all well. That's the difference I see between the two.
Okay, well, let me ask you this, guys. Why don't you go through your top 5? Obviously we touched on Clowney. Why don't we go through the rest of them? Do you guys have a quarterback in the top 5? I'm kind of interested to hear that. I'm going to take a step back, grab a cup of water, so you guys talk, and I'll be right back.
So I'll start. Our top 5 players are with Jadeveon Clowney, defensive end, number 1. We have Robinson, a tackle, for number 2. Matt, outside linebacker, number 3. Bridgewater, quarterback, we talked about him, at number 4. And number 5, we have Sammy Watkins, we both agree is the top wide receiver in the draft. And we talked a bit about Clowney. As for Robinson as a tackle, I think he's one of those tackles that can do a little bit of everything. He's extremely fluid. He can pass protect. He can run block. He can do everything really well. He's just a natural athlete. This, by the way, is Greg Robinson, if you weren't aware. Greg Robinson out of Auburn. He can just do a little bit. He can do everything pretty well. Kind of reminds me of I'm blanking on his name. The left tackle from Cleveland Browns, one of the top tackles in the league. Reminds me of him. I'm blanking on the name right now. I'll remember.
It's all right.
David, you want to talk about Sammy Watkins?
Yeah. Hey, David. Yep. Go. Sorry, I was just about to toss it to you. Go ahead.
Sammy Watkins is, far and away the best receiver in this draft because he just has crazy ability once you get the ball in that guy's hands. He's just one of those players who you're going to have someone spying on him all the time because he can hit you and he can hit you hard from anywhere on the field. But what's great about him is he plays with a lot of speed, he plays with a lot of open field ability, but he also plays with a lot of physicality, which you love to see from guys like that, which I personally really like. He can break tackles. He's also not afraid to mix it up in the run game, which you don't want your wide receivers doing all that much. But guys like him, I don't think they come around all that often. But somebody asked me, would I trade up to get him? And as much as I like him, I just think the depth is too much at the receiver position to warrant giving up selections in this draft. But he's in our top 5 for a reason.
Mm-hmm. All right, guys, we got about just over a minute left. Let's go with predictions here. First of all, who do you guys have as the number 1 drafted player? Is it going to be Clowney? Quick answer. Let's start off with Scott. Clowney, number 1, yes or no?
I'll say yes. I'll say it's either going to be the Texans taking or someone like the Falcons are going to trade up and take him. Like, I'd be surprised if Clowney's not the first pick.
David, Clowney, yes or no?
Yes, and it will be the Texans.
Oh, okay. All right. How about this? Where does Manziel fall to? Because he seems to be the big name quarterback wise. Do you think he slips out of the top 10, or do you think a team will trade up, or does somebody pick him with their spot? Looks like we lost Scott. So, David, you want to take that answer?
Yeah, I don't think he drops out of the top 10. I think someone like Jacksonville or someone, perhaps Cleveland, someone's going to fall in love with him. I think Jacksonville could really do with him, um, based on their need at the position, but also about um, getting fans excited again, getting fans in the stadium, getting them in the seats, selling merchandise. You never want to see a pick based on that, but Johnny Manziel is the kind of guy that you're going to get excited about, and Jacksonville needs something to get excited about now because they're about as close to losing their franchise as I can imagine.
Yeah, and guys, for the spoiler, just to be aware on the spoilers, please do not post a pick for the Jets before the pick is announced on the TV. Thank you for that. Appreciate it. They are pretty much about live right now, so we should see the first pick in. Let me ask you something, guys. Let's maybe you see these teams take 8, 9 minutes. I mean, they obviously know who they're thinking of. What's going on behind the scenes while they're trying to make their pick? David, maybe you could, talk about what is the step before that name gets in the ballot, even though they've made their decision.
Yeah, I mean, all teams are going to be listening to trade offers no matter what. You could be hell bent on selecting a player, but if someone comes in with a ridiculous offer, you're going to listen to them. So I think that's one thing that's going on. The other thing is a lot of the teams now they'll contact the player, they'll contact his agent, they'll contact everyone to do with his camp just to try and kind of get the pick across, get the excitement going. I mean, I watched the pre-draft show just before we went live. Actually, and they were showing kind of the process before the selection was announced, and it was actually Tyrann Mathieu for the Cardinals, and they actually had the president, the coach, everyone calling him saying they want him to agree to drug testing and this and this. So there's a lot of things that go on before a selection, and they're just making sure that this is a multi-million-pound decision they're making. They want to make sure they're making the right one.
I'm just asking you, did you just refer to it as a pound decision or a dollar decision? Just checking. Uh,
Uh, a bit of both. It's a euro.
There it is. You're up. All right, Scott. So I asked David. I think you cut out before. Do you see Manziel falling out of top 10, or do you think somebody picks him up? Do you see teams trading up to grab him, or do you think somebody just stays where they are and he falls to him? What is your thoughts on him?
I think someone's going to take a chance on him. I bet he goes within the top 10. I could see the Cleveland Browns being a great team that could pick him up, and Manziel with Jordan Cameron and with Josh Gordon. I could see the two. I could see that being instantaneously one of the best, one of the better offenses in the league. Just right off the bat, he's just as long as as long as the team knows going into it that he's not going to stick to the system exactly. He has to improvise. That's just part of his game. I think as long as the team knows that and lets him do that, I think he's going to be fantastic. And presumably, if they're picking in the top 10, which I think they will, they've thought about this enough that they're going to do that.
All right. So let me ask you. Maybe you guys, do you think there's going to be obviously there's going to be a big surprise. Do you guys have a favorite team or maybe a favorite player that's going to move way off? Do you think the draft board? In other words, fall either way higher or way lower than, let's say, you have him there. Do you think there's that one player that's just going to be, maybe fall to the second round even though he's a top 15 talent? Is there one team that you're going to see that's going to get, really aggressive? Go ahead, David. Why don't you start off with that?
The one player I really can see falling is probably Bridgewater, just because there's so much been said about him right now, and it's reminding me a lot like Geno. I mean, Geno wasn't as polished as Teddy is, but no, I don't think anyone really expected Geno to fall into the second round. Some people have said that Teddy may fall to as low as 25, something like that, and you got to consider that 6 months ago everyone was saying this is the number one pick, or at least number two pick if Clowney came out, which he did. So I think Bridgewater's the most likely one to fall. The most likely team to be aggressive, maybe the Falcons. Like Scott was saying, you've heard some rumors about them, potentially talking to Houston to find out what it's going to take to get to number one. Apparently, Houston have replied with 3 first-round picks, which I hope the Falcons laughed at and put the phone down. That's definitely going to be even entertaining that. But I think they're going to be the most aggressive, and you never know. Maybe the Jets will be aggressive. We've certainly got the picks to do it.
Yeah, obviously there's a lot that goes into it. Scott, your thoughts, team, player, what do you have?
I think there are a number of players that are going to surprise us. I have a feeling we had C.J. Mosley inside linebacker ranked number 7. It wouldn't surprise me if he falls a little bit. It sounds like there might be some concerns about some of his health, some concerns similar to what D. Milner had last year. I think being a player from Alabama, they tend to accumulate injuries. They play under Nick Saban. I think that sounds like it might be more of a concern. So I wouldn't be surprised if we see C.J. Mosley fall a little bit. I think Bridgewater, as David said, is probably going to go down. The highest ranked player that we have that's definitely going to drop the farthest, Cole Ayerla, who I mentioned earlier. A lot of teams have taken him off the board completely. He's had a number of off-the-field issues. So we have him ranked as the 30th best player. That's only considering on the field stuff, because that's all we really know about. He's going to fall to the 6th or 7th round. He's possibly going undrafted, although I doubt it. But so he's definitely going to fall the most of anyone that we have listed on our big board. As for teams that are going to make a move, I think Falcons are probably the most likely. Jaguars probably after that. The Jaguars we might see a trade right now from the Jaguars going up to number 1 to take Clowney. If Clowney falls to number 2, I could definitely see the Jaguars making a play on him there. So I think probably Atlanta's first, because I know they've spoken to every team they've heard offers from, literally every single team. But after that is probably going to be the Jaguars.
Yeah, obviously. Do you guys, let me ask you something, guys. Any predictions how long the first round will take? Little fun prediction. David, what do you got? How long we're going to try and time this out? Go for it.
Well, it's 1:05 in the morning here, so I hope it lasts about 90 minutes. But I've got a feeling I'm going to go for about 4 hours, 4 hours 20.
Wow, 4 hours and 20 minutes. Scott, what do you have?
I will go with 4 hours and 40 minutes.
All right.
I think I remember seeing something. Well, I can't do the math in my head that quickly, but I'm pretty sure if all teams were to use their picks, or they use the full amount of time, the whole thing will last like 5.5 hours. Obviously, that's not going to happen. But I'm going to go with a little more, because I think a little more time than what David suggested, just because I think some trades are going to happen. I think that's going to take more time.
And for those folks who will be here for at least part of those hours, depending or not if Scott hits the browser out again.
Yeah,
but, all right, so obviously the draft is on, folks. You're with Gangrene Nation here. We are on Twitter. If you want to ask us a question, go ahead in the comments section on Twitter. Any way you can. We thank you for joining us. For those that don't know, that's Scott Salmon, who's got the big board behind him, and the gentleman to the left is David White, who's, excuse me, how do you say your last name again? I'm sorry.
Wyatt.
Okay.
Wyatt.
Well, yeah, I cannot say last names for the life of me, even though mine is horrific. You guys want, you can follow us on Gangrene Nation at Twitter, David at his name on Twitter, and Scott on his name, as well as me on my name. I'm Nick Baruziak. I'm just kind of the guy that keeps this party chalugan. So, obviously, we're in the draft, the Texans. Do you guys expect them to trade this pick, or do you think they're just going to jump on Clowney? Scott?
I think they're going to – my gut feeling is they're just going to take Clowney. I have a feeling that they didn't get the ridiculous trade offer that they were hoping for, so I'm betting they just take Clowney right now.
David, do you think they're going to trade, or what do you think is going to go down here?
No, I think they're just going to take Clowney. I don't think anyone's going to give them what they want for that first round pick, so I'm going to go they're just going to take Clowney. I don't actually know why they're taking so long. Let's just get on with it.
Obviously, they're still waiting for that big trade thing. let's talk about your other picks in the top 10. Obviously, we went through 1 through 5. What do you guys have for 6 through 10 right now? Which players do you really like? Which players were, on their way up or down from the top 5 that went into the top, I guess, through 6 through 10? Scott, because you have the list in front of you, go ahead, sir.
So our top players after the top five are number 6 is Johnny Manziel, quarterback for Texas A&M. Talked about C.J. Mosley is number 7. Jake Matthews, offensive tackle, number 8. Clinton Dix, from Alabama, free safety, number 9, and number 10 we have Eric Ebron, tight end from UNC. So those are our top 10 right now. Like I said, Mosley's probably going to fall just because of the medical things. I think Jake Matthews might go slightly higher than we're expecting just because teams always need offensive tackles, and he's really good. So we'll see.
And David, maybe you could talk about those players a little more. Obviously, we've touched on Mosley, Manziel. I mean, what else? Who else do you, who else in that top list do you really like, and why do you like them?
I think Scott knows what's coming now. If I was doing this board by myself, Jimmy Ward would probably be number 1 because I love Jimmy Ward. I think that guy is just, I think he's going to be a star. He's kind of the Mac of the backfield in that he's probably not a master of anything that he does, but he does everything reasonably well to make him just a really versatile player, real versatile threat. I mean, you've got Pryor who hits like a truck but over pursues. You've got some other safeties. Clinton Dix probably better suited to play in really.
Let's see. Other players, it's interesting. Right outside the top 10, we have Darqueze Dennard, who I'm sure we'll talk about more later on. But Dennard's gonna be great. I think it's possible he goes in the top 10. So we'll see. We'll see pretty soon. I want to. Someone just commented on Gangrene Nation. I want to talk about this for a minute. Ben Chenier said you have 4 months to decide, and they've made the decision 4 months in. Just to be clear, it's most likely they made the decision already. They know who they want, but like we've said, they're waiting for trade offers. They might just be calling Clowney right now and saying, "Hey, listen, we're about to draft you. Do you want to talk to head coach before we do it?" So it's at least with the number 1 pick, they know who they're going to pick if they can't get a trade. But there's some things they have to do procedural wise. But that's what they're doing right now.
All right. Another question I saw online. Guys, if you're the Jets, you get the number 1 pick. Who's your pick? David, start us off.
You taking Jimmy?
Probably taking Jimmy. I'd probably take Clowney. I know we don't probably need him, but you've just got, when a talent like that comes around, I do think he is a once in a generation type talent. If you walk away from that, it's going to be kind of like the Warren Sapp thing all over again. You're going to be laughed out of the building in 10 years. People are going to be absolutely killing you for what you did. So I would take Clowney, no hesitation.
Yeah, I think I'd probably take the same. I'd take Clowney, but as part of my trade to get up to number 1, I would be trading Wilkerson or someone like that. Just first of all, to make room for Clowney. Second of all, so he gives us less picks But Clowney would be Clowney would still be my choice.
Obvious. PA. Let me ask you: is there a point where you go away from? How about this? I guess you would say in a needs-based draft, is there a point where you just have to go BPA if that player is the best, or do you think if you're that? It looks like there might be a pick in here, maybe, but we'll obviously update you as soon as it comes in. But is there a point where BPA goes? I guess need-based goes out the window if there's that specific player like a Clowney. Do you think teams could do that, or do you think it's a recipe for the Jets' defensive line where you have 4 players who are excellent on the D line, but you also have a huge hole in the secondary? Scott, start us off with that thought.
Um, yeah, I think if there's if there's a player that falls to say, for example, C.J. Mosley, I'm just going to keep using him as an example. If
Sorry,
say
Scott, first pick's just about to be
he
announced, by the way. He's just up at the podium now.
say again.
Picks about to be in, folks.
Yeah,
So
finally.
obviously we are
Okay,
waiting.
we'll come back to my
Yeah,
thought.
yeah. So
It's,
obviously, yeah, it's got to be Clowney. If it
yeah.
isn't, this is going to be one of the biggest shocks probably within the last 10 years, maybe give or take. I mean, I can't really think of a bigger one. Maybe Mario Williams way back in the day over Reggie Bush and
Okay,
Matt
here we go.
Leinart.
First pick, the Houston Texans have taken Jadeveon Clowney, as we said. Obviously, it makes sense. Yeah, you can see him if you're watching the broadcast. You can see him crying there. I actually remember reading a story about Clowney when he was in high school. When he was about to commit to South Carolina, he said to the coaches, he said, "Listen, guys, I'm going to be there the 3 years I have to do, and then as soon as I'm done with those 3 years, I'm getting picked first overall in the NFL draft." So he knew this was coming for a couple of years now. He was able to predict it. And I don't think there's anyone else on here that deserves it more. But
Yeah, for pure talent-wise, I don't think you could go anybody else. Again, questions about his injuries, maybe his motor, his want. Obviously, this is a guy with all the tools in the world, and we'll see what happens with him. And ladies and gentlemen, it's time for a first thing ever on a Gangrene Nation Hangout. Scott Salmon will strike a player off his big board. Scott, if you haven't already, please do the honors of striking Clowney's name off as he has been picked with the #1 pick. David, let's go back to our thought. Is there a player, I guess you would say, that, when you get to a needs-based draft, that you just have to jump on? Is there that thought process going on with teams where, all right, we need a quarterback. Yes, there's a quarterback on the board we like, but there's a once in a generation talent at this position. Do you have to pick them? Do you think, or do you think you have to go needs based? Go ahead, David.
I think every general manager is going to be different in their thinking. I mean, if it was me personally, I would, I'd definitely pick the player that's a once in a generation type player. I think it's very hard to pass that kind of talent up. In any draft, even if you have the biggest need, if you get a Jadeveon Clowney who can be an absolute, havoc wrecker, next 10 years, next 15 years, you have to select him. Best player available always has to trump need for me, especially when it comes to these once in a generation players.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I just read a great comment. Somebody, Yankees Jets asked, when the Jets pick, does a player hold up a Vic jersey? Obviously, that's a joke because Michael Vick is now wearing #1. Hats off to you, sir, for making me laugh. Scott, so, obviously we're into the Rams pick. The Rams have several holes. Obviously, they don't know what Sam Bradford's going to do. Do you think they're looking to trade out of this pick, or do you think they're going to jump on, an offensive tackle? I know there's been a ton of rumors about them. Maybe you can, talk about that at all.
yeah, I'm not convinced about the offensive tackle just because they just signed Roger Saffold to a pretty big deal. So I'm not sure how much they really need that. They do need a quarterback. I'm not. It depends on what you think of Sam Bradford. Are you ready to give up on him or not? I don't. I think it's trash. I wouldn't. I'd probably be taking someone like Manziel here. I think that'd be awesome. I think if they can, I think it'd be great for them to trade down. If they could trade down and get like a free safety or something like that, that would be like I think like Clinton Dix or something later on. That'd be fantastic for them. But they're an interesting team because they have a lot of talent at wide receiver. They have, as I just said, they have a bunch of players. They have some good players on the offensive line. They have some great defensive players. I think the quarterback is really the thing that's holding them back. So if I were them, I'd probably take Bridgewater or Manziel. But it depends. Like I said, it depends on what you think of Sam Bradford.
Yeah, obviously they have a decision to make with Sam Bradford this year. Obviously, he's going to get the big option. I believe it's next year where his cap hit's just going to be ginormous. But David, what do you think the Rams do here? Do you think they're going to end up picking, or do you think they're going to end up trying to trade? Obviously, they probably will try and trade down, but do you think they're going to be successful at all, or what do you think is going to happen?
Um, I think they could potentially trade down. I mean, it completely depends on the teams behind him. Obviously, you've got Jacksonville, Cleveland, Oakland, and Atlanta. I've got to imagine Atlanta wanted Clowney, so I can't see them trading up again now. Um, the Rams have got selection number 13 as well, so there's lots of things they could actually do here. I mean, if they are going to move on from Bradford, obviously they could take Manziel or Bridgewater now, but it completely depends how they see the drop off in the positions they want. So if they are going to stay put in the first round and they're going to use this pick and they're going to use the 13th pick, they've got to decide where the drop off is greater. Is the drop off greater at offensive tackle, or is the drop off greater at quarterback? If they think it's an offensive tackle, they take Robinson with this pick, and then they see who's available when they pick at 13. If they think the drop off's at quarterback, they take Manziel now, and then maybe hope for someone like Taylor Lewin or someone like that at 13. But I think they'll take Robinson.
All right, let me let's shift from, I guess, what's going on right now. Let's talk about the Jets. We are a Jet site. Who's the most likely trading partner for us, do you guys think, if we're moving up or if we're moving down? Scott, who do you think the Jets are going to be, I guess, be on the phones with as we approach our pick?
Well, I think it depends. If it wouldn't surprise me if they need to get ahead of Baltimore, which is the pick before them, pick number 17. So I could see Dallas as a possibility, just to get one up ahead of them, especially if they think that because Baltimore could use some receivers, just like the Jets. I could see them trying to get ahead of them for that. So I think Dallas or Pittsburgh is an option because of that. I could see them trading up to get. It's possible I could see them trading up to get ahead of Buffalo. But that might be a little bit high, unless they want to get someone. Unless they're really high on someone, I don't see that happening. So I think if they're going to trade up, I think it'll just to get ahead of Baltimore.
All right, David, who do you think that we trade up or down for, or which team would we be on the phones with as we approach? I guess pretty soon here, because we are on our second pick, so no time like the merrier. So who do you think the Jets would be on the phones with as we head throughout the draft?
I think I'm going to give props to Manisha because he had a tweet earlier and it did make a lot of sense. And everyone will know that pains me a lot to say that. But Tennessee makes a lot of sense because it's had a lot of previous dealings or relationship with their general manager. Chicago makes sense at 14. I think Scott's right. I think Baltimore is the team that we need to move up because they'll be looking to strengthen at the positions we do. So if we have a player and we have some inside info that Baltimore are also interested, we're going to need to get ahead of those. I can't see us trading up with Tennessee just because it would take too much. I think Chicago is a lot more likely. They'll probably want to stockpile a few picks later in the draft. Obviously, we have 12 to work with. So I can't personally. I think we're going to stay where we are at 18. We're going to make our selection and roll with it there, and probably do the maneuvering in the second and third round. But I don't think we'll trade down. I think we will. If we do anything, we'll trade up with Chicago at 14.
All right, so the Rams pick is in right now, waiting for Goodall to announce the pick as we go through. Obviously, this is going to be a really interesting pick, only because you're going to find out whether or not a quarterback goes here or whether or not a lineman goes here. So, guys, let me ask you this. As we go through this, what position do you see the biggest run happening in the top 10? Do you see it being linemen? Do you see it being quarterbacks? What do you guys think is going to be the big position run? Scott, you first, sir. Okay, there we go, sir.
I think teams are going to want to grab Watkins, or once the team grabs Watkins, someone's going to want to grab Beckham, and someone's going to want to grab Cooks, and someone's going to want to grab Evans. And there are a lot of really top wide receivers, so I think that's probably going to go by quickly. I think quarterback's probably going to drop a little bit farther than we're expecting.
Sorry, ladies and gentlemen. Roommate walked in behind me. David, why don't you go ahead and talk real quick?
Yeah. So I just saw the Rams selection. It's Greg Robinson. So that one's done. That's the actual selection there.
We're two
So
for two.
we're 2 for 2. We're doing all right. Um, and I've completely forgot what Nick's question was now because I was
The run. The first. Who's gonna be the first run?
I think you're right. I think wide receiver is going to be the highest run. I think like you said, as soon as Watkins goes, um, Evans is going to go relatively soon. I think Cooks will go very quickly, and then Beckham will go as well. I think one of the major runs that's going to happen is going to be a cornerback. Um, I think Gilbert, Denards, they're going to go very quickly, and I think Fuller and Verrett will go soon after. Some team may really like Roby. There could be 4 or 5 first-round cornerbacks go today. I think wide receiver is going to be higher, but the run at corner may be quicker. But that'll be between 10 and 20.
And sorry about that, folks. I didn't mean to run out. Unfortunately, my roommate decided to bust through the back door instead of the front door, so apologies again. But the Rams have taken Greg Robinson, so obviously the tackle from Auburn goes here, number 2. Not really shocking so far. So obviously, things are kind of falling into place now. Jacksonville's going to be an interesting wild card because obviously they're going to have a need at quarterback. And of course, Jacksonville is a very bad team with a lot of holes. Guys, is there a more interesting team besides Jacksonville, maybe Atlanta, in terms of where they're going to go? Or, which team do you think is going to be the most interesting in the top 10? Scott, let's start with you, sir.
I think probably Cleveland. I think is going to be really interesting. I think like I said, like I was just well, they have some good one. They have some good receivers. They have a good wide receiver. They have a good tight end. They could grab another great wide receiver. They can grab another great tight end. They can grab a quarterback. They can grab another defensive player, such as Mack if he falls another pick. There's a lot of where they can go. I think they're one of those teams that they have holes pretty much everywhere, but they're not necessarily huge holes. I think they're a lot closer than most people think. So I think they'll be interesting because they can go pretty much anywhere. And it's the same is true of Oakland. I'd say that's just another team that so many holes they can do pretty much whatever they want.
David, how about you, sir? What do you got? Which team do you think is the most interesting team in terms of what they do with their pick?
I think it's who's on the clock now. I think it's Jacksonville, mainly because like you said, they've got a lot of holes. They can go anywhere with this pick. But what's interesting with them is they have got 7 selections in the top 150 picks. And they've got 11 overall, so they've got a lot of room to maneuver. So some people have said maybe they'll take Watkins here. I think that'll be a bad decision on their part. They've got enough room later on to grab a receiver where it's very deep. Personally, I think they may end up with Mack, or they'll end up with Manziel here. Like I said earlier, just to add a little bit of enthusiasm back to that fan base, because we think we suffer, but at least we get a winning season here and there. Dreadful.
I need to interrupt for a second here. I'm not quite sure what it is, but the Jacksonville Jaguars pick is in. First of all, apparently it's going to be quite a surprise. I don't know what it is. It's just the rumor that's going around now. We'll see soon. We'll see soon enough what it is. But I just know, from what I understand, it's supposed to be a big surprise. We'll see. We'll see in a minute.
And please do not spoil it if you do know or you're on Twitter. Obviously we're trying to do this as we go. It is interesting, guys. Jacksonville being a surprise team. Yep. That's pretty obvious. All right, so let's kind of do a recap here. Obviously, the Texans took Clowney number 1. The Rams took Robinson number 2. Jacksonville is right now on the clock, and they are going to pick live. And supposedly this could be a interesting pick here. So let's see what ends up happening. Obviously, the Jets are still pretty far off in terms of waiting. Basically, waiting on what's going on. So, all right, Scott. Let me ask you this: the Jets' sweet spot for trades, obviously, where do you think it would be? Probably before Buffalo, I would assume, because Buffalo has interest in the same wide receivers we do. Would that be correct, or do you think we're going to move more down, or do you think we could jump after Buffalo? What do you think our move is if we are interested in
I don't,
moving?
I don't think the Jets are going to move. At least not yet. I think they'll probably move up later on. But I'd be kind of surprised if they trade up in the first round. I think it's just too. I think it's just too. What's the word? No, it'll cost too much in the first round. I think as we get on later on, because we have some picks, we can move them around. But I think right now I don't see anything happening.
David, do you think? Let me ask you this: if we do move, where do we move to? Do you think it's going to be? I've heard before Buffalo seems to be the big rumor. Do you agree with that, or do you think? I mean, obviously the consensus is we're probably going to stay, but if we do move, where do we move to?
I don't think that we can get above Buffalo, just because it'll cost too much. I think obviously getting above Baltimore would be. No, sorry, they're just making a selection now.
Yeah.
Have you seen the selection?
No, I haven't seen it. I just know the pick is in.
Yeah, the pick is in. We're waiting on a selection, ladies and gentlemen.
Oh, here we go.
I'm a little bit ahead of you. We've just seen it here. I think I'm a little bit ahead of you.
Oh.
Do you want to know?
Feel free to announce it.
It's quarterback Blake Bortles from the University of Central Florida.
Oh, that is
interesting.
Jaguar's gonna Jaguar.
Hey, you know what? Hold on. Let's stop this. Will Jacksonville have a team in 5 years after this? Obviously, they didn't draft Tim Tebow, the local hometown guy, and now they drafted Blake Bortles from UCF, which is kind of close to home, maybe 2-3 hours by driving there. So that's kind of a shocker. Guys, where did you have Bortles ranked, and how big of a shock is this? Scott, let's start off with you, sir.
Our 35th ranked player. I'm here. I'm going to cross him off. But we obviously, the Jaguars are. You know the clip from the Jets. The Jets the guys up there must obviously know something that we don't know down here. Stereotypical Jets fan guy. Sort of similar right now. The Jaguars must know something about Blake Bortles that we don't know. We down here don't know.
Yeah, David, why don't you, what are your thoughts on this pick? It's an interesting pick.
I don't mind Bortles. I think I had him rated as my number 3 quarterback. Obviously, when you've got 2 better quarterbacks on the board, it's always going to be a little bit of an issue. The problem with Blake is his throw mechanics they're very low, and he doesn't really drive off the back foot. That's going to affect his accuracy. I don't really know what Jacksonville are doing, just because Blake's not the best quarterback. He's not the guy who's going to exactly instill a lot of excitement around the franchise. They've failed on most checklists that I have for what the selection should do for that franchise, and they better hope that he's the guy, because I can see them moving that franchise to LA or London or whatever they're going to do. But
and let me ask this, guys: is this a bigger shock than when he drafted a punter in what was it, the second or third? The third round. Is this a bigger shock? Do you think, Scott?
No, I don't know.
Sorry, Scott.
Not that big shock. Punter in the third round is going to be one of the most ridiculous things of all time. But apparently,
it's going to be a trade.
Yeah, apparently there's a trade between the Browns and the Bills.
Ooh, that's interesting. I mean,
who's going to take Mac?
I'm betting they're trading up for Sammy Watkins. That's my guess.
All right, so we have Scott has Sammy Watkins. David has Mac getting picked here. Obviously, the Browns are switching with Buffalo. It sounds like Browns are switching with Buffalo here for the 4th pick. One goes offense, one goes defense. I mean, this is going to be very interesting to see what ends up happening. It's funny. The Jacksonville fans seem to be, seems to be circa 1994 Warren Sapp of the Jets, and what happened there. Yeah, exactly. Some very loud boos there. So this is a very interesting pick. Okay, so all right, let's go through it. Scott, who do you have higher on the board, Watkins or Mack? And maybe David, could you explain why you like, Mack going to the Bills? I think that's the way we had it, right? Go ahead, guys.
Yeah, we have Mack rated as our number 3 player, and we have Watkins as our number 5. So they're obviously pretty close, and Teddy Bridgewater is between the two. But yeah, they're pretty close. But we both have Mack. We have Mack above Watkins.
Okay, and David, why do you have Mack over Watkins? Is Watkins not as much of a game changer as Mack, or is Mack just that all-around complete player, do you think?
Yeah, I think it's just because Mack is an all-around complete player, and I think everyone, and their grandmother can get excited about having Williams and Mack rushing the passer. I mean, if we had something like that, I would be absolutely thrilled. But Watkins would make a hell of a lot of sense because they do need to put some points on the board and they do need to give EJ Manuel some more weapons. But I wouldn't be able to resist taking Mack in this position just because I think he's going to be, an incredible player, and he was in the running to be just as good as Clowney on it, in my opinion. So, that's who I'd select.
All right, let me ask you something, and this is something I just kind of thought up on the fly. I'm going to put you guys on the spot.
If Buffalo right now, if they're going to be against Sammy Watkins, that's going to be some more added pressure against D Milliner and whatever cornerback they eventually take. And if it's Mack, then against whoever line. But apparently, we have the terms of the trade in right now. The Browns received the number 1 pick in 2015, so next year's number 1 pick, and the 4th round pick from next year, and the swap this year. So they're getting next year's number 1 and next year's number 2014.
And
so
with the 4th pick, the Buffalo Bills select Sammy Watkins, wide receiver.
That's what I figured.
Clemson.
So Sammy Watkins goes to the Buffalo Bills. Now let me ask you something, guys. Does this put pressure on the Jets to have to go draft a cornerback? I mean, obviously, you look at it now, you have to face not only Stevie Johnson, but Sammy Watkins next to him. That is a dynamic duo, if you ask me. And the Jets obviously have a need at cornerback. Do you think this kind of pushes the hand a little bit, or do you think the Jets are still going to go, the Jets are going to move offense? Scott, what do you think?
If there's one thing I know about John Idzik is that he does not have a reactionary freak out moment where he says we got to draft a cornerback now. He'll stick to his game plan. That's what he does. He doesn't freak out like that. So I think whatever their plan was before, they'll stick to that plan. But I want to talk for a second. I want to talk about those terms. You guys, to move up 5 picks, they traded next year's 1st rounder and a 4th rounder to move up 5 picks. I don't know. It seemed, obviously I'm a little biased. I'm a Jets fan, but that seems a pretty steep price, and that's why I don't want the Jets to trade up tonight.
So, David, I mean, what do you think? Do you see the Jets, putting a bigger emphasis, or you think it's going to be, like Scott said, not a big issue? Jets are just going to follow their board as they feel fit.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with Scott. Nothing that John's done so far makes me believe that he's going to react so quickly. This has been months in planning, weeks in planning. Just because Buffalo's made a selection, I don't think they're going to change their whole strategy in just under an hour. Obviously, it does put the emphasis on, at some point, us upgrading our secondary. It obviously makes me wish we'd have done that in free agency now, rather than see this and then it be too late to really do much about it. But you never know. I imagine cornerback's going to be top, one of our top priorities anyway. So I don't think it's going to be a whole situation of changing our whole strategy. I think we were going to select one in the 1st or 2nd round. Obviously, we'll see what happens. But Buffalo just got a lot better, which is annoying.
So I want to take a detour for a second here. We had a comment on the boards from someone that wanted to know how they get the jerseys printed so quickly. And I actually know this. They actually have a guy that's backstage that as soon as the pick gets in, before it goes to Goodell, before it goes to anyone, before it gets announced, there was a guy backstage who was literally printing who's literally printing the jersey like right there. He puts the name in, prints it, and the name gets handed off to Goodell, and it's already made. So they make these jerseys within seconds. They don't just have like a million back there prepared for what if situations. But I just wanted to point that out.
Yeah, that was a good question, a good thing. Wow, was that an interesting pick? And somebody pointed out, and I like this thought, they gave up all that for Watkins in this draft, which is very high on wide receivers.
Yeah.
I mean, Scott, go ahead. Go. I see you're jumping at the bit for this.
Well, I've said this a few times in the past few weeks, and so many people have been asking about whether or not the Jets should have traded, should be thinking about trading up for Watkins, and that's the thing. There was so many wide receivers in here. And I don't know how many. I can't remember how many we have in the top 80 off the top of my head. But we have more wide receivers in the top 80 than we do any other position by far. There were so many players here that to give up next year's first-round pick and next year's fourth-round pick. I love Watkins. He's obviously the best receiver in this draft, but that is a steep price to pay for this many guys.
David, same thing. What do you think?
Yeah, 100% agree. To move up 5 places and then to give up a first and a fourth, it's a lot. I'm sure Buffalo are relying on the fact they're going to be a lot better next year, and they won't be selected in the top 10.
They're fooling themselves.
They are.
Wow, Scott is on the offensive out here. Scott, maybe you should tweet at the Buffalo Bills site, give them a little guff here. But honestly, this is a big deal. All right, so let's kind of refocus here. Obviously, the big news is the Bills jumped up, gave away this year's first rounder, next year's first rounder for Sammy Watkins. Now it looks like Oakland's got their pick in, so once they pick, we'll jump to that. Obviously, has the board somewhat fallen the way you expected? Obviously, Bortles jumped up above, Manziel and the other QBs, but is generally, I guess you would say, the gist of the board falling as you would expect, Scott, in terms of players, or what do you think?
I think if you were to replace, I sort of expected Bridgewater to fall, but if you were to replace Bortles with Bridgewater, I think it'd be totally fine. I think it's totally expected. I think really the only thing I have left field here has been Bortles. The trade was a little bit unexpected, but the player wasn't. So it's interesting.
David, what do you think? Falling as you kind of suspected, obviously, Bortles big move there, but generally, I guess the gist of it falling as you would expect.
I need to cut you off for a second here. The Oakland Raiders have made their selection, and it looks like they have taken Khalil Mack with the fifth pick in the first round. So he finally goes off the board.
So there you go. Mack is off the board. David, let's get back to it. Is this board falling the way you kind of expected it to, or what's going? What do you think?
Yeah, I mean it's fallen pretty much exactly as expected. We had Bridgewater rated higher than Bortles, but when asked at the start of the show who we thought may drop, Bridgewater was the overwhelming choice for both of us. So we thought he would be the one to drop down the board. But it's not surprising at all to see the top 4 of our 5 gone already in the top 5 picks. Bortles is the only one really who I think was a little bit of a surprise. I don't think it was as a big a surprise as maybe some people are thinking. Manziel probably would have had a little bit of excitement, but Bortles isn't a bad guy. He was considered the first round selection, so it's not terrible, but everything's kind of gone to plan so far. But we haven't got to the Jets yet, so let's see what happens then.
Yeah. Okay. So obviously, let's go through the picks again. For those who just joined us, number 1 was, of course, Clowney. Number 2 was Robinson out of Auburn, an offensive tackle. Then Jacksonville got realistically the party started at number 3 by taking Bortles. Then number 4 was a big deal, which Buffalo mortgaged realistically the future in that they grabbed Sammy Watkins at the number 4 pick, and Oakland has grabbed Khalil Mack with the number 5 pick. Right now, Atlanta is set to pick. Guys, Atlanta's been a team that everybody was talking about trying to move up. What do you think they do here now that basically they're right where they are, ready to pick? Do you think they trade, or what do you think, Scott?
I'm actually not sure. I think they're in a pretty terrible spot right now, actually. I think if they take a defensive player, which is what they probably need because they've struggled more on defense, I think if they take a defensive player, they'll probably be reaching, except for maybe Mosley. He might be their best bet. But pretty much no matter what they do on defense, they'll be reaching, and I think that's where they need the most help. And the top two players on our big board are Bridgewater and Manziel. Obviously, they have Matt Ryan. They're not going to take either one of those two. And this is what we were saying about going into the best player BPA approach. They can look at the best player and see that it's Bridgewater, but obviously they're not going to do that. So they have some flexibility here. They can go to the next best player that's not a quarterback, and that'll be C.J. Mosley, and that'll fill a big role for them.
Yep. I don't mean to cut you off, Scott, but David, you got any thoughts on this? Realistically, where Atlanta goes right now?
My gut says that they're going to go with the defensive line. I think they have got quite a few problems across the offensive line. You've still got Jake Matthews there. You've still got Taylor Lew in there. They may try to trade down because there are, Taylor Lew and Jake Matthews. They're very similar. They're probably there for a couple of picks now. So if they can get down a little bit further, pick up another pick later in the draft and still get one of those guys, they'll probably feel good about doing that. C.J. Mosley wouldn't surprise me, but my pick is probably going to be Jake Matthews for the Falcons.
What do you think is going to be the more interesting pick here? Tampa Bay, who's up next, or Atlanta here? Or do you think Minnesota behind them? I mean, the next three picks are going to be real interesting in my thought. What do you guys think? Scott, which of the three are you more interested in, Minnesota, Tampa, or Atlanta?
Tampa, I think. I think that they're another team that can do a lot. It seems like there's no quarterback there that they're really that happy with. So I could see them going quarterback, especially with two great prospects on the board like this. I could see them going wide receiver. I could see them taking Mike Evans, who would be a fantastic complement to Vincent Jackson. Maybe a cornerback, but I doubt it. I could see them taking, if I had to guess, they'll take a quarterback, or they'll take Mike Evans for Tampa Bay.
Okay, David, what's your thoughts on this? Which team are you the most interested in of the next three picks? Atlanta, Tampa Bay, and Minnesota.
I'm going to have to go with Tampa Bay as well, just because they're looking at offensive skill positions, and that for me is always the more exciting selection. So I think they will probably take Manziel. I think he would be good for that organization. I think that's exactly what they need, especially after the Josh Freeman experiment, which ended about as well as the Sanchez one for us. So it's going to be between Manziel and Mike Evans probably. I still think Bridgewater is the best quarterback on the board, but something just tells me he's going to keep falling and falling and falling. So I'm going to go with Manziel for this selection for Tampa Bay, and that's definitely the most interesting. Although Minnesota, they can go several positions as well. They may go defense again. There is some talk that they were interested in Aaron Donald, which is a little surprising, being they took Floyd last year. But the most interesting selection is going to be Tampa Bay, and I'm going to go with Manziel for them.
All right, guys, let's take a look at your big board behind you. Obviously, you have Bridgewater and Manziel coming up. Who else is on the list coming up? And are they a fit for the teams coming up? Scott, why don't you take us there, because you got the list behind us. So go for it.
I missed the question. Would you ask?
Okay, I asked, obviously you have the two quarterbacks on your big board who are high up there. Who else is on the big board right now? Where do you think they slide in right now? Go ahead, sir.
Well, let's see. We got the next five players that we have on the board. We have Teddy Bridgewater. We have Johnny Manziel. We have C.J. Mosley. We have Jake Matthews, and we have HaHa Clinton-Dix. Like I said, it sounds like Bridgewater is going to keep falling. I think he should be going sometime soon, but it doesn't sound like he will. So let's assume he's going to keep falling. Manziel, I think, will go soon. I think I could see him going to Minnesota. I could see him going to Cleveland. I think those are probably the two best options for Manziel. Mosley, again, might fall because of off-the-field things. as I should say in this, as when we came up with this big board, we did it purely based on the field type thing. So we weren't considering off the field things. So that's why we have Bridgewater up high, and why we have C.J. Mosley up high, even if teams might not necessarily think of them as highly as we do.
Mm-hmm. Go ahead, David. What do you have for us?
Yeah, I mean, like what Scott was saying, those are our next 5 guys. Like I said here, I think Jake Matthews is going to go to Atlanta. Bridgewater's going to carry on falling. I think Manziel's going to go to Tampa Bay. So I think that the next 5 analysts will go relatively soon. Clinton Dix might be one that might fall if people get on the Pryor bandwagon, which they do. Obviously neither of them. Jimmy Ward. But NFL GM's stupid, so.
Yeah, here we go. All right, so the Atlanta Falcons pick is in. Again, Tampa Bay is up after that. Minnesota, Cleveland, Detroit. Going to be a really interesting new few things here coming up.
That's a good pick.
So, we're just waiting on a pick to come in, and then we'll look at what the Jets are, looking at here and whether or not the board's falling for them as we go here. Scott obviously is the master of the pen behind you with the big board. He
and
is
a lean back approach. I'm loving that lean back approach.
all right.
1 second. The Falcons have selected Jake Matthews, as David said would happen. Offensive tackle. They had 44 sacks last year. Obviously, this is a number they want to cut down on. They want to pick Matt Ryan. Good pick. Can't really complain about it.
No, and good call on David's part. Obviously, he, David's one of our better draft nicks here. Of course, Scott does an excellent job. No, hey, look, fair is fair, guys. I'm just here to be the pretty face, and I do a poor job of that. These two are the masters. If you want,
hey, let's. Scott, we're 1-1 at the minute. You got Watkins, I got Matthews. We're 1-1 at the minute.
Yeah, that's true. Scott did call Watkins instead of Matt going to the Bills. All right, so folks, here we are. We're at pick number 7 coming in. Pick number 6 is just in. Tackle to Matthews. This way, maybe Matt Ryan, stands up for a little bit more than a quarter second when dropping back. Kind of not a shocking pick there, I guess you would say. And so far, this draft board's pretty much followed as we expected. The big surprise was, of course, Bortles jumping over both Bridgewater and Manziel to Jacksonville, and also Buffalo making a big statement by going for Sammy Watkins. Of course, joining me is Scott Salmon. You can follow him at Twitter. I believe it's Scott Salmon. I don't think there's any parentheses in there.
Scott Salmon 48.
Okay, there you go. And David, why don't you give out your Twitter while we're at it?
Yeah, it's D_Wyatt13.
And Wyatt is WYATT, correct?
Y-A-T.
Yep, that's the one, yeah.
And my Twitter is at NMARUSIAK. I'm Nick Maruziak, also known as SportsFan86 here. All right, so, we just kind of took a little breather there. Guys, I mean, if this board is falling as we kind of expected, I mean, what could happen that would basically ruin any chance? What could happen in the next, let's say, 10 picks that the Jets would be really concerned about this draft? Would it be a big run on wide receivers or a big run on cornerbacks, or what do you think could happen that makes John Isdick really start sweating? Scott, go for it.
I think cornerbacks is the biggest for you. You want you have guys like Jarquez Denard, Justin Gilbert, Kyle Fuller, Jason Barrett. You want a couple of them obviously to be on the board, give you some options at number 18. I don't know if they just go that way, but I think it'll be you want as many cornerbacks on the board as possible. And so if there's a run on them soon, then the Jets are going to get nervous because there's a pretty big drop off to the next group of them.
Yeah, David, what's the thing that you think would doom the Jets draft here?
Yeah, I think similar to Scott, although I think the Jets are quite in a privileged position because although there is a drop off, I think the depth at wide receiver and cornerback is relatively strong this year in comparison to other years. I know Scott has a favourite, Pierre Desir.
Yeah.
I think is that how you say his name, Desir?
Yeah, Desir. I think it's Desir. I'm not even positive, but.
and he's kind of like a more a second, third, fourth kind of guy. Personally, I quite like Keith McGill, who's another big cornerback who plays a lot of man coverage, which is obviously what we want. I don't think there's a great deal that's going to get under Idzik's skin. I don't think he's really a panic kind of guy. You know, the NFL could just turn up at his door and take away the Jets' first, second, and third round selections, and he'd probably still be cool as a cucumber, just sitting there smoking a cigar with a glass of brandy. That's how
I
I
don't know
imagine.
about that. I wouldn't go that far, but yeah, I get what you're saying. Not much is really going to affect this draft, but of course, we are looking at it. We're watching this draft live, folks. Scott, let's talk position-wise. Obviously, there hasn't been a run on defensive backs yet. In fact, no defensive backs yet. Is that kind of a shock, or is that just the way this draft class has worked out, that it seems like offense and front seven seem to be kind of the main positions here? What do you think?
No, I think there's nothing unexpected. I think all of the cornerbacks that are going to be available or the top cornerbacks are all great prospects. There are no elite prospects. I would say there's no Darrelle Revis in this class. No one quite like that. So it's not surprising that there are no defensive backs yet that have gone yet. I think they'll start going soon. I think we're getting close to the point where Dick's probably taking Denard. We're getting to that point, but it's not a surprise they haven't gone yet. No.
Yeah, I just had a person tweet. One of my teachers actually here just tweeted Johnny Freefall, and that officially is the joke that gets my award for. Well, nice try, sir. But David, what do you have on that same topic? I just asked Scott.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not that surprised that the cornerbacks haven't gone yet, just because the teams that are selecting don't necessarily have a big need at cornerback. I think we will see a run on them, and I think that will come relatively soon, with Denard, Gilbert, Fuller, Verrett all going within around about 10 selections of each other. It's not going to happen yet, but that will come. And what else was it? Sorry, Nick?
That was basically the gist of it. I guess, where do you see the next cornerback going, or defensive back? Do you think it's going to be a corner, or do you think it's going to be a safety?
The earliest that I can really think of off the top of my head is probably Minnesota taking a cornerback. I wouldn't be that surprised if they did end up taking Denard, although I think they'll take Donald. I wouldn't be surprised if they take Denard. And then kind of, it's anyone in between us and Minnesota. So anyone between 9 and say 17 could feasibly take a cornerback. A safety will go off the board at some point, but I don't think there's enough legitimate, surefire talent at the safety position to guarantee that we're not going to have a selection of Clinton Dix, Pryor, and the best player in this draft, Jimmy Ward.
Okay. Yep. Thank you, Scott. Your opinion: safety or cornerback going first?
I will go with cornerback, just because I think they're. I think we have Clinton Dix. We have Clinton Dix rated higher on our board. I could see a team though picking a cornerback higher though, because I think it's more of a premium position. Free safety is obviously a great thing to have, a great free safety, but I think it's more important to have a better corner. So I think just the value is there to take a cornerback higher than a safety.
Yeah. I mean, obviously, this is a interesting series of picks coming up. Obviously, Tampa Bay, Minnesota. All right, let me ask you straight up, Tampa Bay. Do they grab Johnny Football, or do you think they go wide receiver? Scott, take it.
I think I said a while ago. I think my guess is Mike Evans. I'm going to stick to that.
All right. What about you, David?
It's 50-50 for me, but I'm going to go with Scott as well. I think it's going to be Mike Evans.
And the Tampa Bay Buccaneers have selected Mike Evans, as we both just guessed. They've taken Evans, and now he's off the board. So their top two wide receivers are both off the board. And there's still a lot of options left for the Jets. Obviously, Beckham, Cooks, all those guys are still available.
And plus, they always have the defensive guys if they want to go that route. Interesting, guys. You know, I posed the question, does Johnny Football come out of the top 10? There are, 3 picks left. Detroit, obviously, I don't think is going to be drafting a quarterback. And that leaves Minnesota and Cleveland. Now, Cleveland has kind of said that they're going to stick with, I believe his name is Boyles, I believe it is. Scott, correct me if I'm wrong.
I'm sorry, I missed that. What did you say?
The starting quarterback in Cleveland is Boyles from or Hoyer from last year.
Hoyer, yeah, Hoyer.
Okay, so obviously Cleveland may not be looking at a quarterback. Detroit may not be. Does Minnesota go here at quarterback? Do you think, guys? Or
so it's interesting. There are reports that the Browns are trading up, or the Browns are trading their pick right now for Minnesota's. They're just swapping. So it's interesting that Cleveland wants to get ahead of Minnesota. I don't know the terms yet or anything like that, or who they're going to be taking. But
okay. So that's an interesting thing. David, what do you think is going on here?
So sorry, Scott. Is it the
Minnesota and Cleveland have swapped. So Cleveland's now on the clock.
The Vikings are probably selling Cleveland up the river. You know, telling them that they're interested in a certain player that they know.
The player that they want.
Yeah, who do you think it is, guys? If you had to take a choice here, David.
I'm going to go Johnny Football.
Okay.
I think the same.
You both think Johnny Football here goes number 7 to, I guess, Cleveland, which would be interesting because they did commit to Hoyer from all intents and purposes, but as we all know, folks, that could be a smokescreen. So pick here, Scott. Scott may have the terms by his face, I think.
No, I actually don't. But I'm thinking about it, and if you saw the movie Draft Day, actually, I do have the terms. I'm sorry. They've given up a fifth round pick. That's it. Nothing big.
Wow.
What I was gonna say is, if you saw the movie Draft Day, the team trades from the top, they trade down, and they trade back up, and it's very reminiscent of what the Browns are doing right now. So. The team in the movie Draft Day seem to be recreating the movie Draft Day right now. Just interesting to say.
Yeah, and of course, David, what is your thoughts? Johnny Football to the Vikings, good fit, bad fit? What do you think?
I don't think Johnny Football goes to the Vikings. I think he'll go to the Browns.
I'm sorry, the Browns. That's what I meant. Sorry.
Yeah. I mean that's a good pick. I mean they need a little bit of infusion with Josh Gordon as well. A guy who gets separation, a guy who, you know, he does work back to the football quite well, and obviously with Johnny Manziel being able to scramble quite a lot, he probably will have to at points in Cleveland, and you know that combination of Johnny and Josh Gordon is something that a lot of teams aren't going to want to face very often, because obviously you've got a receiver who can get free at will in the backfield, and then you're always going to have to keep spying on Manziel because he can take off and run at any point. So I think if they do take him, if this is the selection, I think that's a really good selection for Cleveland, and they're putting something reasonably competitive together over there.
Yeah, real interesting point here. Go ahead, Scott. Sorry.
No, I'm just thinking it is interesting to see what the Browns are doing here. They have an interesting strategy. They've been stockpiling picks, but yeah, This is great. This is great for the Vikings. I'm assuming obviously they're still gonna get the player that they originally wanted, or they wouldn't trade down one, and they get a free 5th round pick out of it. So it seems like a win-win by the Vikings right now.
Yeah, this is going to be a real interesting pick here. Obviously, going to be a real fun one here. Browns have decided to kind of bounce back and forth. Scott, I mean. With Minnesota, I mean, they probably need a quarterback. Do you think they're just going to take, Bridgewater after, or what do you think's going on here?
Yeah, I think Minnesota will most likely take a quarterback. I think that's Manziel wouldn't surprise me at all. I'm thinking that Manziel and Cordell Patterson to be really interesting up in Minnesota. I think that'd be a good combination.
Yeah, that would be very, very, very interesting. Oh boy.
I'm gonna cut you off. The Goodell is going up to the podium right now to announce the Cleveland Browns selection. So they've traded, as we've said, they've traded up from the number 9 pick to the number 8 pick for a 5th round pick. And with the number 8 pick in the NFL draft, let's see. Interesting. The Cleveland Browns have taken Justin Gilbert, the cornerback from Oklahoma State. This is interesting. That's obviously interesting. I was expecting them to take a quarterback here. I think we talked about cornerbacks a little bit here. We had Darqueze Dennard ranked above Justin Gilbert. I think Dave actually had Gilbert ranked higher, but personally, I think trading up 1 pick for a cornerback is pretty stupid. But
wow, that is a shocking thing right there. Obviously, Scott, you nailed it. I mean, why was Minnesota that interested in a cornerback? David, maybe you could help me out with this. I mean, that seems like I mean, why did you have to do that?
It's one of the positions that Minnesota were kind of looking at was cornerback, but yeah, this pick confused me a little bit because as far as I was aware, and I may be wrong, I'm not a Cleveland fan, I don't really watch them very much, but from my understanding, they play a lot of man kind of press coverage in Cleveland with their defensive backfield, and that is certain.
I mean, it's Mike Penn.
Yeah, it's Mike Penn.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah.
So
Yeah.
you think he plays a lot of press man coverage, and Gilbert certainly isn't the kind of guy. He is probably for me the best corner in the draft athletically with his speed. But if you're looking for a press corner, I would go Dennard every single day. Every single day and every single night. But obviously they've seen something in Gilbert they really like. He's a great athlete. He's got a lot of speed. If they're worried about combating speed on the outside, then obviously Gilbert's not a bad selection. But that's a surprise to me. I really didn't think they were going to go with Gilbert. I thought if they were going to go with cornerback, which I didn't think they were going to do anyway, they'd go with Dennard. But I don't know what they're doing.
Yeah. I mean, so I want to talk about my scouting report on Gilbert a little bit because we haven't really gone through much of the player specifically. But Gilbert's mostly a zone player. He played mostly in zone. He didn't really play much man. When he did, that's where he struggled the most. So this is a little bit surprising because Mike Patton obviously comes from the Rex Ryan School of Defense, which is a lot of man coverage, one-on-one thing. So this is right now. I don't see it. I don't understand why they would make that pick. I think it's odd, first of all, that they trade up to get Gilbert, especially when there are a lot of other great zone cornerbacks in the draft. But it doesn't sound like a particularly good fit for the Browns. But we said the same thing about Sheldon Richardson last year, so we'll see. That's what it sounds like right now.
Yeah, I mean, this is wow. Another kind of a big shocking pick there. Obviously, we've had 2 of those, Bortles, and now cornerback going. Scott, do you think? I keep going back to it. I know you guys are, big. Izdik is not going to let this affect him, but is this the point where maybe you start getting worried about corners, or there could be a run, or not at all?
No, I wouldn't. There's only been 1 taken. I'm not worried yet. If Dennard goes in the next round or next pick or 2, then maybe. But no, I don't see it.
David, no worries.
I'm not worried, but I think this is the start of the run on the cornerbacks. I think that you're about to see a few more go off the board. I wouldn't be surprised if Minnesota starts it with Dennard. But I would love to have heard that phone call between Minnesota and Cleveland just to hear what Minnesota told.
Right?
Because they must have been able to sell them the idea that the player they wanted Gilbert, which I can't imagine they're doing. So
it just wouldn't make sense. I mean, just logistically, you think about it. For all of us, I think we consider that a reach pick. Am I not right, Scott? Was that somewhat of a reach?
Well, I don't know. I mean, yeah, probably a bit. We had Gilbert ranked as our 17th best player, so I think it is a bit of a reach, especially, or I would say over Dennard. I know Dave would disagree about that, but I think it's just a reach just because of the team that's picking them. I mean, I could understand if it was a zone-heavy team that wanted him, like the Falcons or something like that. But I just, for who it is, for what the team that was taking him, it seems like a reach. Yeah.
That does seem like a reach. David, what's your thoughts?
I 100% agree with what Scott said. I don't see it as too much of a reach, in that we did have him rated as a top 20 selection. He's gone at number 8, which it's not terrible, but it's all based on the team that's picking him. And if you ask me to put Gilbert with teams in the first round, the Cleveland Browns would have been one of the last teams I would have put him with, based on the coverage schemes that they play and the trouble that Gilbert has when he sort of back to the ball, which I kind of put with Carl Wilson. Carl Wilson's much better at playing the ball in front of him, which is why he's better suited to the slot. But that's kind of the problem I see with Gilbert is his footwork isn't that great, especially when he has to turn and with his back to the ball, because he doesn't get his head round enough. But we could be proven wrong. He could be the next Richard Sherman or Revis. So, but off
Who?
the hand, I don't really agree with that.
Who was that last player you mentioned? Who? Don't
Never
recognize him. Nah.
Yeah,
Probably
no,
sucks.
I think he wore a 24 at some point. I don't know.
All right. Obviously a big pick there. Gilbert goes. Minnesota's pick is in. Waiting on that to be announced. But boy, that was a real interesting pick there, folks. Scott, officially, would you have him on the big board? I'm kind of interested. How many corners?
We had Justin Gilbert ranked number 17th on our big board, second cornerback after Darqueze Dennard. The official SB Nation big board, I think they had him 31st. They had him as their 4th cornerback. So I think most people agree that he's probably not the best cornerback prospect on here. I think he's going to be good. I think he's going to be a good player. I don't know. I just don't know how he's going to fit into the Cleveland scheme under Mike Pettin.
I'll be honest with you. That is a real interesting pick there. Minnesota, again, on the clock. Scott, call it. Who do you think?
Who do I think for what? The Vikings?
Yes.
I would think quarterback. I'd say Manziel.
David.
They're coming up right now.
I'm going to go defense. I think it's either going to be Donald, Barr, or Denard. So I'm picking 3.
The Minnesota Vikings have taken Anthony Barr, who you just mentioned. Yeah, interesting. Anthony Barr is our top-ranked outside linebacker. We had number 16, just ahead of Justin Gilbert. Barr is mostly a pass rusher. If you don't know much about him, he's an extremely good pass rusher. That's sort of his specialty. But I think that's a good pick. I think they need some defensive help, and Barr is probably the best pass rusher on the board.
This is turning into a real interesting board. Obviously, both of your top quarterbacks are still on the board. Detroit's up next. Detroit, obviously, very good offense, very a defense that sometimes looked good, sometimes looked like they belonged in Pop Warner. Scott, do you think they're going defense here?
Who are the Lions?
Yes.
I think they should go defense, but knowing them, they'll probably go offense.
Okay, and David, on that same thought, where would they go on offense if they did? I'd assume offensive line, or do you think they'd go after a skill position again?
You'd have to imagine they'd probably go offensive line, maybe Taylor Lewin. I wouldn't be shocked if they went with the tight end if they took Ebron. I wouldn't be shocked if they did that. But I've got to say, I think they'll go Denard.
I need to put you on hold for a second. They're announcing the pick. The Detroit Lions. One second.
Hold.
Please hold. Yes. He's just talking about Madden right now. Okay, here we go.
Here we go. Ladies and gentlemen, the pick.
The Detroit Lions have taken Eric Ebron, tight end from UNC.
Wow.
Interesting. Okay, so Ebron, there's a lot of people that disagree about Ebron. We have him as our number 10 prospect on our big board, the number 1 tight end. there were a lot of people that thought that maybe Jason Morrow should go higher, but Eric Ebron, he's mostly a pass-catching tight end out of UNC, and he is the first tight end to go off the board. So now they got Megatron, they got Eric Ebron, they got Reggie Bush. They got some offensive weapons. What do you think, David?
Yeah, this is interesting.
It's a Detroit Lions pick, isn't it?
It's such a Lions pick.
I love Ebron. I think he's a great player. He's not your inline blocking tight end. He's not your traditional tight end, but he offers a lot of versatility. He is a matchup nightmare, and he's been productive. So I think the Lions they're hoping they can just outscore everyone basically, and they have got a good defensive line. They just haven't got a great backfield, defensive backfield that is. But like you said, they've added another weapon to that offense. It's going to help Stafford. Obviously Reggie Bush as well, and Megatron. It's, I wouldn't want to face them.
That's going to be interesting.
Yeah, this is a very. I guess you could say it this way: they're loading up on offense, ignoring defense. Almost the exact opposite of Jets. Scott, what do you got for us, sir?
I think it'll be interesting. Like I said, Ebron's mostly a pass-catching tight end, so it's going to be interesting to see what they do with him and Megatron. Obviously, I think whenever you said before that he's one of you said before that they don't care about defense. And I think that's right. They just want to outscore everyone on offense, and Ebron's probably the way to go. He's just a big-bodied guy. Tight end gets to the second level. You can line him up in the slot. He's not a traditional inline tight end. You line him up outside. He's just a mismatch nightmare. The complaints about him have mostly been that he's soft, that he doesn't physically dominate you like Rob Gronkowski. He will impose his will on you. He lets you know that he will physically beat you into the ground. And that's not Ebron's game. He's more. I think in a lot of ways he's kind of similar to Dustin Keller, a better receiver than Keller is, but just that same kind of soft receiver, mostly as a receiver kind of guy.
In other words, he's the type that's the pass catcher, the Vernon Davis version, except basically not as good as Vernon Davis, obviously. Yeah. David, looking at this board right now, you've had a run at tight end. You've had a run at kind of the positions that the Jets are kind of filtering around. You think about a tight end. We were thinking about it. Maybe that opens up Pettigrew. But again, now you look at it. There's plenty of wide receivers. There's enough cornerbacks here. The Titans picked and the Giants picked. St. Louis. Let me ask you now. It's now the point where. Do you think that one of the two big quarterbacks falls to the Jets? And, you talk about BPA or need-based. Do the Jets go after one? Let's start off with you, David.
I think right now there's a good possibility that both quarterbacks fall to the Jets at 18. I would not be shocked if that happens.
I'd be surprised if Manziel makes it.
Where do you think he's going to go? I
think he's going to go. I think if he falls that far, I think he'll go to Dallas. You know what? Here's my reasoning. Romo is getting older. He's 34 right now. He is. He's had a lot of injury problems. He had a back main one being the back injury. So he's getting older. He's getting older. He's getting injured. Manziel is from Texas. He went to Texas A&M. He's obviously electric, which is something that that Jerry Jones loves. He just screams Dallas Cowboy. Actually, let me correct that. He screams Jerry Jones to me. So I'd be kind of surprised if Manziel makes it past him.
Yeah. I wouldn't be surprised. Obviously, like you said, that's a Jerry Jones selection, isn't it? It adds a little bit of flair, and you know how much he loves that flair. I wouldn't be surprised if he did go there, but I just right now with them dropping like they are, I wouldn't be surprised if they're both there either. I don't know. But I'm starting to feel a little bit sorry for Bridgewater just because, I think, he's a fantastic prospect and he's
Yeah.
probably the most NFL ready. And teams obviously maybe think he doesn't have as much upside as the likes of Bortles or Manziel. But I think he's a really good. I would have a hard choice because Bridgewater is a really good quarterback. If he drops to 18, and I'm making the pick for the Jets. I mean, obviously it's not our biggest need by any stretch, because we don't know what Geno can give us because we gave him one of the worst supporting casts in the league last year. But it's going to be really interesting. The way the board's shaping up is going to be really interesting to see what the Jets do at 18.
And I think the board's actually setting up pretty nicely for them. There were 7 picks left before the Jets go.
Mm-hmm.
Just let's call some of the players that are currently on the board. The Jets might be interested in. There's HaHa Clinton Dix, Darqueze Dennard, Jimmy Ward, Odell Beckham, Brandon Cooks, Jason Morrow, Calvin Pryor. Then you guys get to some other guys like Jason Barrett and Suafilo, who was a guard. There's Kyle Fuller. There are a lot of picks left for the Jets right now, and the way it's shaping up, by the way the numbers have to work. I mean, there are only 7 picks remaining. There are. I think it's just going to work out that the Jets are going to have a lot of options left on the board. So far, I think it's going out pretty well.
Yeah, I mean, let's be honest here, guys. Let's take it back here. We've had one cornerback taken. That was Justin Gilbert, kind of a shocker there. He was rated number 2, I believe, on your big board. Now we also, the Tennessee Titans pick is in, so this is going to be interesting. A lot of talk here. Maybe Johnny Football lands in Tennessee. I kind of doubt it. I don't see that happening. David, what do you think they go here?
I had Anthony Barr going to them, but obviously he's gone. They also need help at running back, but I think it's too early to take anyone here. So I'm going to go. I reckon it's going to be Dennard.
Yeah.
Dennard makes sense. I think I'm thinking maybe a quarterback right now. It doesn't sound like they're really. It doesn't sound like they're really interested in Jake Locker. I know we keep going like quarterback for each pick as it goes down, but Manziel would kind of surprise me. I could see Bridgewater, someone like that, going year.
It was interesting. I just saw. Go ahead. Sorry, I just saw the Titans War Room, and it looked mad there. So this is going to be an interesting pick, I think. Go ahead, Scott. You've got the feed up first, sir.
I couldn't even hear who they took. Oh, the Tennessee Titans have taken Taylor Lewan, offensive tackle. It's interesting. We have Lewan as our 14th ranked player, our number 3 offensive tackle in the draft. At pick number 11, that sounds about right. I think that's interesting because last year they took blank out named. They took a guard last year. What's that?
Chance Warmack they took last year.
Yeah, they took Chance Warmack, right. They took Chance Warmack. So last year they took a guard. This year they take a tackle. Obviously trying to fortify the offensive line. But Lewan is he's from Michigan. Great tackle.
Didn't they sign Michael Orr as well in free agency? Didn't Tennessee sign him?
Yeah, I think you're right. I think they did.
So they are really shoring up their offensive line.
So this.
What's that?
Yeah, so they're giving Locker everything he can, just giving Locker everything, I think.
Yes, yeah.
It's going to be a real for them.
That dedicates him, but yeah. I think it's a solid pick. Can't really complain about it. If I remember right, you remember? I was going to say if you remember last year that massive hit that Jadeveon Clowney had. If I remember correctly, it was Taylor Lewan that he beat for the hit. So it's interesting. Just want to point that out.
Yeah. It is an interesting scenario we got set up here. Let's take it back a step, guys. What do you think about this pick? Is this, all draft here?
I'm sorry, I missed that. What did you say?
I find
What
ironic
did you say?
the guy that Clowney beat, uh,
Yeah.
rather, yeah, like Clowney beat. So it's interesting how they both ended up in the same division.
Yeah, I mean, I think Luan's interesting. Luan is he's not the he doesn't have like the longest arms in the world. Was saying you look for a left tackle, but for the most part, he has all the natural talent. He just hasn't quite put it together yet. He's close. He's obviously really close, or he wouldn't be a top pick. But the reason I think he's fallen down below Robinson and Matthews is he's had some character red flags. He had some off the field issues at Michigan. That's probably why he's dropped. But Luan. It's hard to get excited over a tackle, but Luan's a good pick.
Yeah. What do you think, David?
Yeah, I really like Lawan. He's much better blocking in space. He's got good feet. He's very athletic. He does need to put on a little bit of weight, especially in the bottom half, because he does lose his leverage quite easily, which is what Scott was referring to, I think, when Clowney beat him so easily. But that was based on him not playing with a great base with great leverage. But he has got a lot of qualities that you're going to like in a tackle or a guard. He may start a tackle. I think he may get moved into guard at some point because he, like Scott said, he doesn't have the greatest length in the world. So I wouldn't be surprised to see him move to guard at some point in the future. But they'll probably start him at a tackle and see how it goes. But yeah, I mean that's a really good selection, and I think the Giants might carry on going offensive line, and they might take the guard slash tackle Martin from Notre Dame. I think that makes a lot of sense for the Giants.
And Scott, where do you have him on your big board right now? The guard slash tackle from Notre Dame.
I'm sorry, who are you referring to? I missed that.
Zach Martin.
Oh, Zach Morin. Where do we have Morin? We have Morin ranked number 29 on our board. I think he is in. We have between him and Taylor Lewan, we have Richardson, offensive tackle. I think he's the only one between the two of them. Antonio Richardson, that is.
Yeah, interesting. Now, let me ask you something, guys. We talked about best player available versus need-based. Obviously, you have him way down on your list. Is that a case of he's a very big need for them, or do you think he's, a best player available, discounting the fact they don't need a quarterback? Scott, why don't you take this one?
I missed who we're talking about.
I'm talking about the guard slash tackle from Notre Dame. Martin, I believe his name is.
Yeah.
Would he be? I'm assuming that's a need rather than a best player available if the Giants do go ahead and select him. Am I right?
Yeah, definitely. If they go with him with Martin, then they'll definitely be a need based pick. There are a lot of players that are above him. I think by any standard that are better players. So if they were to go with Martin, that would be clearly a need based thing.
And David, what's your thought on it? Do you think that's a bit of a reach, or do you think that's kind of slotting in where he should go?
I think it's a little bit of a reach. I do think Zach Martin's a first-round talent, and the Giants definitely have an issue on the offensive line, especially with BT's injury. But it's either going to be that, or they could go with safety. I wouldn't be surprised if Clinton Dix come off the board here. But
wow, okay. Getting a report in that it's interesting. Wow. This could be a big shock to some people, but I'm not sure if you guys want to spoil it or not, but on Twitter, there is a report. Say that again?
Spoil away.
All right. Supposedly, Bart Hubbock is saying Odell Beckham to the Giants. So that could be a real interesting pick there. Yeah, that would be a real big pick. Obviously, that would take away one of the best players. Obviously, I really liked Beckham Jr. I saw him here at Mississippi State. But Scott, go for it, man. You look frustrated, annoyed, and go for it.
Well, yeah, I'm a little annoyed because I really like Beckham. Obviously, I had him the number 2 wide receiver in the draft, and I hate the Giants, so I hate whenever they get anyone good. Um, and it makes sense though because there have been rumors that the Jets would have to trade up to around the Titans spot if they wanted uh, um, that they would have had to trade up to the Titans spot if they wanted to get Beckham, which actually makes perfect sense now because the Giants took them. So they would have had to trade it up to number 11 if they wanted them. Obviously, that would be considering what the Bills gave up to move up 4 spots, 5 spots, whatever it was. It would have been too much for Beckham. So in that sense, I'm not too upset. But I hate the Giants, and I hate whenever they get a good player. And I love Odell Beckham.
David, what's your thoughts on this pick here?
Any selection that helps Brandon Cooks drop, I'm in favour of. So yeah, I'm much more of a Cooks guy than I am a Beckham guy. So if he keeps on dropping, then I love that. I mean, one thing I will say is the people, the team that's come out roses right now is got to be the Rams, because when they were selecting number 2, we said they'd have to decide between the drop off between offensive tackle and quarterback, and base their selection on that. And obviously they thought the drop off on offensive line would be bigger, which obviously it has. And now they have a choice between if they want to take a quarterback now, obviously they can, and they've got a great selection here. So I think the Rams have really come off trumps here at the minute. They could even trade back right now and probably still end up with a top quarterback. So that's off topic a bit on Beckham, just because I hate talking about the Giants. Giants are the Giants. I want to talk about those as much as I want to talk about the Dolphins. So, but yeah, I think the Rams are in a great position right now.
Yeah, this is. Yeah, I think to talk a little about Beckham for a minute, we have him as our 15th pick. As I've said, he can do a little bit of everything. Obviously, they want to replace Hakeem Nicks. Went to the Indianapolis Colts. That's obviously their main goal here. I think Beckham is a great pick is a good pick for them because one, he's obviously a great receiver and they need to replace Nicks. I think it would have been better for them if they had gone to another offensive tackle like Zach Morin or Antonio Richardson. I think those probably would have been better value picks for them, just what they particularly need. But considering last year how awful Eli Manning was, considering how awful his receivers are, I think it's pretty good. I think it's a good pick by them, as much as it hurts to say that.
Yeah, okay. Now, let me ask you something. Scott, let's go through your big board right now. Who's on your big board? Who's the guy who's obviously, Johnny, there's 3 big names that are falling: Bridgewater, Manziel, and I believe
C.J. Mosley.
There was the C.J. Mosley. I mean,
two of those three we knew would probably fall with Bridgewater and Mosley. So other than that, the main guys remaining are Manziel, Clinton Dix, Darqueze Dennard, who's still available, Aaron Donald, defensive tackle, Jimmy Ward, strong safety. So there are a lot, like as I've been saying, I would have liked it if Odell was on the board for the Jets, but I still think the board's falling pretty well for the Jets.
David, what's your thoughts here? Obviously, the board's falling pretty board's falling okay, I guess you would say, for the Jets. A little bit of worry that if Cooks goes, we could, be, basically looking at a cornerback. What's your thoughts right now?
I quite like how it's fallen because 2 of my favorite prospects who I'd love to see on the Jets are still there in Brandon Cooks and Dennard, just because I think they're excellent scheme fits. So I like the way that's fallen. If those 2 go, then yeah, I'm not liking that so much. And I would, if both of those guys go, I would probably consider trading down. Because if you want to pick up someone like Allen Robinson, who's the receiver from Penn State, you could get him towards the bottom half of the first. Or you can get Kyle Fuller a little bit further down. But right now, I think we're sitting quite nicely with Dennard and Cooks on the board.
Mm-hmm. And by the way, for the folks just tuning in within the last half hour, we're in hour 2 of our coverage here. We've been going since about 7:30 Eastern, 7:30 Eastern. For me, it's 8:30 Central right now. For David, it is way past his bedtime. He is, of course, joining us from over the sea. All right, so let's go through the picks again. For those who obviously don't know, or just to recap in general, Clowney went number 1, Robinson number 2. Big surprise at number 3 was Jacksonville picking up Bortles. Number 4 was the big trade where Buffalo decided to go all Buffaloing and decided to pick up the wide receiver by the name of Sammy Watkins. So that was a big surprise. And then things kind of settled down as you would expect. And then, of course, the big shock was Cleveland trading up, giving up a 5th rounder. So not a big deal, but certainly surprising for Justin Gilbert, the first cornerback taken. And then, of course, you have the Giants take Odell Beckham, who a lot of Jets fans, including myself, were very high on. So, guys, right as of now, what is the biggest shock in this draft? And what do you think is the most likely bust scenario in this draft? Obviously, we're not even through the first half of it, but what are your impressions so far, starting with you, David?
Biggest surprise was probably Bortles, I've got to say, just because there are enough deficiencies in his game to make him a very high-risk selection. I can't imagine that they have the maneuvering ability to have another flop at that position. So Bridgewater would have been a much safer selection. They would have, he in my opinion, would have offered them safer play. I think Anthony Barr was a little bit of a reach as well, just because of how raw he is and how he doesn't really drop back into coverage. He is a converted. I think he was a running back. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I think he was a running back until 2 years ago when they switched him to outside linebacker. I think those are the two main surprises so far.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, right now the big thing is, of course, pick is in right now. St. Louis is, of course, making the pick, and then it's going to be Chicago, Pittsburgh, Dallas, Baltimore, and then our New York Jets are there, followed by Miami and Arizona. And looks like it's going to be interesting. I've got the pick. Scott, do you have the pick?
No, I don't.
Okay. Just asking there. Obviously, I'm a little behind, of course, because I'm on the internet. Yay.
You have it. Announce it.
Let's see. No, I don't think I have it quite yet. Okay. Obviously, I'm trying to go through Twitter here, but I'm trying to also, at the same time, double check and triple check my sources here, because, okay, let's see. Looks like the Rams. No, don't think so.
No,
okay, well, anyway, go ahead, Scott. Sorry,
no, I don't know. I'm not sure where it is.
Yeah, the pick is in, evidently, but it hasn't, I guess, been announced quite yet. So, interesting here. The Rams have a choice between which quarterbacks they want. But it is an interesting draft in that nothing has really shaped up as we expected. David, let me ask you something. The Rams pick a cornerback here. What did the Jets do? Because you're looking at, are the Jets probably at that point, starting to dial up the phones, get them warmed up, expecting to trade back if they're, or do you think the Jets are going to, stand pat and just go BPA?
All right, so here we have the after pick now. The St. Louis Rams have taken Aaron Donald, defensive tackle, who we have ranked as our number 12 player, and I think he was our top. Yeah, he was our top defensive tackle in the draft.
So, interesting pick there, a defensive tackle. Obviously, that is only good things for the Jets. As
that's scary. That's going to be a scary defense for the Rams.
Yes, it is. Unfortunately for them, they still have no quarterback, so that's going to be interesting.
Just to talk about Aaron Donald a little bit. Mostly, I'd say a pass rusher. He's kind of a guy that will just absolutely collapse a pocket. Really disruptive kind of guy. He's not your typical. He's not a defensive tackle in the mold of Sione Buha or Vince Wilfork or Damon Harrison, where he'll just eat up 2 gaps and just hold the line. This is the guy that's going to collapse the line for you. That's why he's the number 1 defensive tackle on the board. He's the kind of guy that can shoot between the gaps, get to the quarterback real quickly. Really a quick defensive tackle as far as they go. He's I think like I said, he's our top guy. He's top guy for a reason. He's just a really great defensive tackle.
Yeah, David, what your impressions, sir?
Yeah, I mean, I didn't think they were going to go there, but that's a really good selection. I mean, Aaron Donald is probably a top 10 selection. He's just a ferocious. He's just non-stop. He's got a great base. He plays with a lot of speed, a lot of explosion. He's got great strength. He's got a good base. He's got excellent hand usage. There's not a lot that you don't like about Aaron Donald as a defensive interior man. He's going to cause a lot of havoc, and I'm sure the other teams in their division aren't that best pleased that he's going to be chasing down their quarterbacks, because when he hits you, you're going to know that he's hit you, because he hits like a ton of bricks. And I remember seeing some footage from the Senior Bowl, and just on one-on-one drills, he was just embarrassing every single offensive tackle that was there. It was kind of like man among boys. It was I would love we're in a good position. We don't need that help on the defensive line, but if we need a defensive lineman, Aaron Donald, I would love to have him on this team.
Yeah, he's a great player, and I think it's going to be interesting in the NFC West this year. I mean, the same with last year. The NFC West just gets better and better, especially on defense. It's just going to be there are going to be a lot of really low-scoring games in the NFC West this year, just because you got the Seahawks, you got the
Niners,
Seahawks, Niners. The Rams will all have amazing defenses, so it's just going to be brutal out there. You don't want to have to play the NFC West, and I feel bad for the teams within the NFC West, because it's just going to be brutal.
They're going to be baiting them. Yes, Bears are on the clock. Bears pick, I believe, is in right now. Looks like. Yeah, it looks like this could be an interesting pick here for the Bears. Obviously, their defense of the past is no longer. They're more of an offensive team, I guess you could say. What do you guys think here? Where do you think they're going? Scott?
I think they have to go defense, just because they have a couple great guys. On offense, they have Jay Cutler, obviously. They have what are their names? They got Brandon Marshall, they have Alshon Jeffrey, and they have Mark Trestman, the quarterback whisperer. So I'd say they lost, if I remember correctly, they lost Peanut Tillman to Atlanta, I think. So I'm going to guess cornerback. I'm not sure who. Maybe Denard. Denard's the top guy. Who else we got? We got Fuller.
Mm-hmm.
Those are the top two guys left at cornerback. So I'll guess one of those two.
Who do you got, David?
Yeah, I agree with Scott. I think it's going to be a cornerback. I've got a feeling it might be Fuller. I think Fuller or Denard, they're quite similar in the way they play. It could be a safety. It could be Clinton Dix. He could go here. That does fill a need for the Bears.
Yep.
Outside, they could go defensive line. I think they probably would have taken Donald if he was there.
Yeah, that would make sense.
So, they may go Hageman. I think it's a bit early for him, but they may do that.
Okay, so apparently the pick is in. I'll announce it now. Apparently the Chicago Bears have selected Kyle Fuller, cornerback. So that's what we were saying about. That's what we were saying about. That they would go with the cornerback position. They went with Kyle Fuller, who is our 31st ranked player. He's our third cornerback. So Darqueze Dennard is still on the board. Cross off Fuller here.
So for those folks who are following us, obviously Dennard's still there. Obviously Cooks is still there. Now we do have Pittsburgh, Dallas, Baltimore before the Jets. Now the Jets could trade up with any one of those for either Dennard or Cooks, but honestly, do you see any of those teams really going after those two guys, Pittsburgh, Dallas, and Baltimore? David, I'll start with you.
I definitely see Pittsburgh going for a cornerback. I really do think they will go for a cornerback as well. That's who I've been mocking to them throughout the off season. So I think Dennard could be could be coming off the board here, which would be really upsetting because Denard and Fuller were my two top corners for the Jets. So that would be.
I'm going to disagree with you there. I don't think they go cornerback, and here's the reason. The Pittsburgh Steelers tend to prefer cornerbacks that are over 6'1", and Denard is, I think, 5'11", if I remember correctly, maybe 6 foot, but I think he's 5'11". So I know historically they tend to only take cornerbacks over 6'1". So my guess is they pass up on a corner, they get someone else on defense, and they take Stanley Jean-Baptiste in the second round. He's 6'2", 6'3". So that's my guess what the Steelers will do.
Wow, the Steelers picked right away, supposedly. So that was a very fast turnaround. That was very interesting of what happened. But, guys, you look at it, cornerback, of the two, where do you have Cooks related to Denard? Are they really close or are they far off, Scott? Maybe you could go through your big board here for us.
Hold on one second. Yeah, so you said Cooks and Denard. Denard we have as our number 11 player, way up here. Cooks is number 18, so they're only separated by about 7 spots. So it's pretty close, but we have Denard clearly as the better player between him and Cooks.
Interesting. David, your thoughts on the difference between the two? Obviously, two totally different positions. Let's forget about need. What separates the two of them? Go ahead, sir.
Well, I think how the draft board's fallen is going to be dictate what we do, because obviously there's been a bit more of a run on corners with Fuller going as well. I can imagine the Jets were interested in Fuller. Obviously they still have got, like Scott said, some big corners in Baptiste. I think Desir is over 6 foot as well as he's 6.
Yeah.
Philip Gaines is 6'3". If they want to go for a big physical corner, obviously there's still some people available. Cooks, on the other hand, obviously is an explosive talent. There are still players at the wide receiver position. Obviously, still got like Moncrief, Robinson, people like that. But if they want an explosive talent, I've got to imagine that Cooks is going to be number 1 on their list.
Yeah, and as we said, Pittsburgh has made their pick. It is in. Reports are on Twitter that, wow, if the reports on Twitter are right, I'm not going to blow it here. I'll let Scott do the honors, but if the reports are right.
The Pittsburgh Steelers have taken linebacker Ryan Shazier out of Ohio State. Shazier we have as our number 20 pick, our second outside linebacker after Anthony Barr. Cross him off the list here.
So obviously, big pick there.
Yeah.
Not a big shock, I guess you would say, but that certainly is good news for the Jets. They have realistically the two targets at two different spots that they want. Denard, if you're going to go quarterback, or you're going to go, obviously you could go Cooks if he goes wide receiver. Now here comes the fun part, folks, and they've been saying this for a while. Twitter may melt down here. Could it happen? Johnny Football to Dallas. Scott, do you think it comes down?
That was my guess a while ago, and I still think it's going to happen. I think he's a Jerry Jones kind of player. He's flashy. There are valid concerns about Romo, about his health and his age. He obviously hasn't gotten the job done in recent years. I mean, ever. So it would not surprise me at all if they take Johnny Manziel. That's my guess right now.
Yeah, David, what do you think?
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't be surprised. Obviously, from Texas A&M, down in Dallas, Texas.
Texas, yeah, it's a Texas connection.
It would make a nice story. It would get the fans excited. Jerry Jones loves to make a splash. Just look at his bloody stadium. So, I agree with Scott. I think it's going to be Johnny Manziel. If it's not, the only other person I can really think of is the first safety going, which would probably be Clinton Dix. But it might be Pryor as well. So, I think it's going to be Manziel, but it might be Clinton Dix.
All right, let me ask you this, guys. How far are, obviously the Jets have needs at safety and cornerback. How big is the talent gap between safety, cornerback, if the Jets were going to go there, or let's say outside linebacker? Of those three positions, are we talking the Jets would have to reach for a safety, or what about an outside linebacker if they were going a need-based and decided that cornerback wasn't the biggest need? Scott, why don't you help
What
fill
were
in
the
it?
three positions you said?
Between cornerback, or outside linebacker, which always seems to be a need, and safety.
I'll go with cornerback, outside linebacker, and safety. Rex Ryan doesn't seem to value much at all. He doesn't really give a crap who he puts out there. Obviously, he put Eric Smith out there. He puts Calvin Pace out there. It doesn't. Those two positions don't really matter to him. Don't really matter to his scheme very much, as opposed to cornerback, which is what the whole scheme is predicated on. So I'll say cornerback is pretty clearly, I think, our biggest need at this point.
And David, what about you, sir?
Yeah, I'd agree with that. I think we did a little bit of rebuilding with the offense, obviously bringing in Decker and Johnson. Nelson showed me enough last year that I want to see a little bit more of him, and obviously we've got Curley as well. So I think we've got enough in right now to get away on offense, and the depth is better. So I think cornerback is probably our biggest need at the moment. Outside linebacker, we say every single year that we've got a need there. We say every single year that we've got a need at safety. We never really seem to do anything about it. So I'm not going to predict any more safeties or outside linebackers to us because it's pointless. So I'm going to go. Yeah, I agree with Scott. Cornerback's our biggest one, but I still want Cooks as long as he's there.
Yeah. Okay. So again, folks, here we got Cooks, we got Denard, we got Clinton Dick still on the board. I mean, obviously.
I just want to take a moment to talk about something for a sec. There was a report out that Doug Whaley, the general manager of the Bills, has mentioned the high cost of not making the playoffs, which went into the decision to factor for Watkins, which apparently has led some people to think that possibly his job is on the line, and that's why he decided to make the splash of trading up for Sammy Watkins. Obviously, they're doubling down on two unknown players. They're doubling down on Sammy Watkins, who's a draft pick, so you don't know what you can get with him. You're also doubling down on E.J. Manuel. So it's possible his job is on the line. That's why he felt the need to make a splash. But the pick is in right now for the Dallas Cowboys. We'll know soon which way they went. I'm still guessing Manziel.
Do you think this is one of the most interesting picks out there so far?
Yeah, I would
David?
say so.
Yeah, 100%. Only because of the storylines it would create. Obviously, Romo's been there for as long as I can remember, and bringing someone as so popular in Texas into that, and with Romo's continued playoff failures, it's going to be a really interesting storyline to monitor throughout the off season. And it's just it's an exciting pick. If I was a Cowboys fan, I'd be excited about the fact that Manziel was potentially come to town.
Yeah, so obviously, guys, here we are. Dallas about to pick. Scott's going to break the news to you. It's either going to be a Twitter nightmare or a Twitter delight, depending how you want to look at it.
Yeah.
Wow.
I'm hoping Manziel.
I'm hoping Manziel, and then I'm hoping Blogging the Boys just blows up. That's going to be it's going to be an interesting one. And of course, folks, if you're following the thread, I think we're going to need a new thread at this point. I mean, this is just going to be interesting. So, Baltimore, then the Jets. So, Baltimore's been on a clock for, looks like just over a minute now. So,
I'm going to cut you off here. The Dallas Cowboys. Interesting. The Dallas Cowboys have taken Zach Martin, offensive tackle, who we don't have until... Where do we have him? We have him at number 29. I know a lot of people have him ranked up higher as an offensive tackle, but I'm disappointed. I was really hoping they'd take Manziel. Darn.
the Jets gonna have the shot at Johnny Football.
I think they might. I think they are.
I think they are. This is going to be interesting, ladies and gentlemen, because you look at it. Do you really, Johnny Football could come to the Jets, and this could be the point where, how high do you? Let me ask you, Scott. I'll pose it to you this way: Johnny Football, Teddy Bridgewater. Are they definitely? Are they for sure better than Geno Smith? Go ahead.
I would have, if Geno Smith was in this draft, I would have him ranked number 3 after those two. I still really like Geno. I don't know that I would take. I don't think I would take the. Maybe I might take Bridgewater, but I probably would. With how Geno's progressing, I'd probably take him. I'd probably keep Geno.
Go ahead, David.
Um,
What's your thoughts?
I mean, as a blogger, um, for the Jets, I would take Manziel because he would be an absolute dream to cover, and he would give us content day and night, and we would never have a day without content again. Um, but yeah, I mean, I actually really like Geno Smith. I've said it all along. I really like Geno Smith. I think he's got a lot of potential. We just didn't give him any help, so a lot of fans have already turned their backs on him, which I think is really unfair because we had a leaky offensive line with no weapons, and he was expected to excel as a rookie. We put him into an impossible situation right there. So I don't think we've seen the best of Geno yet. Saying that, if like Scott, if he was in this draft, I would probably put him behind Bridgewater and Manziel.
Mhm.
So while we haven't given him a fair chance, um, if those players are selected and the Jets are sold that either one of those is a franchise quarterback, then I think they owe it to themselves to take that selection.
Yeah, definitely. And guys, you look at it, there's so many options here for the Jets. Do they help Geno? Do they go away from Geno? Do they go defense? Do they go, if Rex Ryan is any indicator, and would we be really shocked if they didn't go cornerback here? Scott, I mean, would you be shocked
No,
if they didn't go quarterback here?
no, I get cornerback or wide receiver. I think right now Cooks is still on the board, Denard is still on the board, Jimmy Ward's still on the board, Ha Ha Clayton Dix is still on the board. There are a lot of ways to go other than just cornerback, and I don't think they need to because there. I mentioned Pierre Desir, or we mentioned Pierre Desir earlier. There's Stanley Jean Baptiste, who's another cornerback. There's Keith Gill. There's Bashad Breeland. There are a lot of cornerbacks available. I don't think they have to take one in the first round. So it would not surprise me if they don't. If they decide to go with Cooks because he's such a freak athlete, I'd be I'd be pretty happy if they go with Cooks.
David, what's your thoughts? Do you think cornerback here?
I think Rex might be pushing for a cornerback, especially Denard, who just screams to me to be a Rex Ryan player. Um, but as we all know, the general manager makes the selection. Um, I wouldn't be shocked if they don't go cornerback. I think it's a good idea for us to stick with Geno and give him some weapons and really give him a chance to prove he is the guy going forward before we move on from him. So I think we may go with Denard, but then you hear so much about Cooks and how much we've liked him and how much we've been pursuing him and all of this. Then it's up in the air, but it's Cooks or Denard. I think any other selection that's not Cooks and Denard is going to be met with quite a lot of boos from here, from within this Google
Ask you something
Hangout.
here. Let me ask you something. On your big board, where's the next offensive lineman where's your top-rated offense? Maybe we're ignoring the fact with an offensive lineman here, show up the offensive line. Where do we have that standing?
I even sorry right now. So we have Antonio Richardson from Tennessee, number 24. We have Suafilo. He's a guard at number 25. Those are the top two, and then we don't have anyone for a while. Looking, I don't think. I think the next person we have is Martin, who's a center. Oh no, so we have Gabe Jackson who's a guard. I don't see it happening, just because I think the depth there. At this point, there aren't a ton of great offensive linemen, at least not the positions we need in terms of value. I think they'd be better set waiting another round or two and going with, say, Trey Turner or Joel Bitonio, both guards. And those would both be, I think, pretty big reaches at 18. So I could see them waiting. I don't think they
Yeah,
go.
David. I mean, yeah, David. Any offensive linemen
I just want to tell you that Baltimore, the pick is in, so the Jets are technically on the clock right now.
Don't take Cooks. Don't take Cooks.
We'll report the Baltimore pick as soon as it comes in, but the Jets are on the clock. Assuming they don't take Cooks, I don't know what. Let's say they don't take Baltimore doesn't take Cooks. That's probably who I would take for the Jets.
Agreed.
Yeah, I'm looking at our top players right now. Our top offensive players on our board right now are Brandon Cooks, wide receiver, Jason Morrow, tight end. We have. Yeah.
I am going to spoil this one. Reports are C.J. Mosley got taken by Baltimore, so C.J. Mosley seems to be the next pick for Baltimore, which would be really sets up nice for the Jets here. So this is going to be a fun one, folks. So
Mosley?
no spoilers, none. Stay off Twitter. Yeah, it looks like Mosley is going to be the pick. Let's not spoil it here.
Okay, let me talk about Mosley now. Mosley is, as we said, he's our number 7 player. He fell a little bit because of injury concerns. He's great in coverage. He is he's from Alabama, if you didn't know already. He's has some injury concerns being from Alabama. They tend to rack up some injuries there. He's a great tackler, great in coverage, as I said. Not much of a pass rush or anything. He can stop the run pretty well. Great in coverage. He's kind of like there's some similarities to Ray Lewis, I think, which makes sense from a Baltimore perspective why they would want him. But the Jets
supposedly
now,
the Jets.
The Jets.
Yeah,
now,
supposedly now. The Jets made a snap decision. Evidently, Dolphins are on the clock. I may be a little fast here, but that's interesting. So Jets pick may be in as well. So let's keep spoilers to a minimum, folks. Scott, all right, go for it. Who it is?
I don't know yet. Let's hold on.
All right, Scott, who do you got here?
I'm not sure yet. I would take Brandon Cooks right now. Assuming, I would take Brandon Cooks right now.
Okay, David Ward.
I would take Cooks. I would definitely take Cooks. Just because he's just explosive. You know, I'd love to see him partnered with Decker and Curley. I think they'd make a great receiving core, especially when you've got that receiving threat with Chris Johnson coming out of the backfield. I think that would make us very difficult to cover, and that's really nice to say because we haven't been able to say that for a couple of years now. So I would go with Cooks. I wouldn't be that upset if it was Denard, just because I think he's a great player. But I would definitely prefer to have Cooks all day long. And if the selection's in, I'd run up to the podium myself.
Yeah, let's see.
I love it.
We'll find out soon enough.
Da 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 da. I love it. David Nelson of the Jets tweeted, "We're on the clock." Even he's watching it. So this is one of those moments you always love as a sports fan, especially as a Jets fan. You are on the clock, or rather, your pick may be in, but your team goes on the clock. It's just nerve-wracking. People are going nuts. Oh boy, this is gonna be a fun time. So hang on, folks, and please don't destroy this thread.
Let's go with another angle, Scott.
Sorry,
who would you be upset with if the Jets did select them? So not who you want them to select, but who would you be upset
with Dix on the board, with Denard on the board, with Ward on the board, with Cooks and Morrow? There are so many ways to go here. Really hard. The Jets probably will screw it up because of the Jets, but we'll see. We'll see in a minute.
Never has a truer statement said. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, we're still waiting on a pick right now. Scott is anxiously waiting. David is got a brown paper bag. Yeah.
Congrats, everyone.
And folks, don't forget yeah, exactly. Obviously, folks, this is a big pick for the Jets. Obviously, a few holes to fill, some big holes. Oh boy, some Jet fans really going all out. David is stirring the water.
Yeah, And if they
You
go
know,
Manziel,
it's
I'm
everybody is.
I'm hoping they don't go Manziel, but I don't know.
It is. I mean, okay, Scott. Let's do this. Who's on your big board right now? Bird. Let's go top three pick big board. I know,
Top
obviously
three
you
are
can't really,
Bridgewater, Manziel,
probably
and
won't go.
Dix. So, I mean, I prefer not the top two are quarterbacks, and I prefer not to go that way because I think Geno Smith's the guy. I think he's started developing really nicely at the end of the year, but so I'm hoping it's not one of the quarterbacks, but I'm hoping it's.
Yeah. Maybe we should also. Hey. Maybe. What about the two picks after that? Is what I was trying to say, but I couldn't get it out of my
Okay.
mouth.
After Clinton Dix is Denard and Jimmy Ward. Obviously, I know Dave would love Jimmy Ward here. Dave, if it is Jimmy Ward, I expect you to be dancing. I want to see those moves.
I will do any dance that you want, Scott.
Yeah,
I'll do the
obviously.
tango, I'll do whatever you want.
Yeah, I'm hoping for it.
Yeah. Okay. So obviously, maybe my information was a little off. Seems like the Jets still are far on the board. My internet is crashing, folks, between the thread and everything.
You following Lucky Four there? Is that what's going on?
I have no idea. It is between the website and everything else. I think we're going to need a new thread because I wouldn't be shocked if stuff goes down here. You know, I'm not telling you how to run a website, John B. I love you to death. Don't fire me. David, make your call.
Switch the rest.
Yeah. Hey,
I'm going to go.
Okay. Guys, call it.
What's that? Call what?
Who's your pick, guys?
Cooks is still the pick.
Okay.
That's my guy.
Both say Cooks. Both guys say Cooks. So here we go.
I'll say
it's going to be between
Cooks. I'll be the most excited about.
Cooks will be exciting. You know what? Because we missed out on Deshaun Jackson in free agency, and Cooks would be Deshaun Jackson without the character. If you haven't read the story on Grantland about Brandon Cooks, assuming he is the pick, I encourage you to read it. He has a fantastic story about his mom raising them all alone or all by herself. How his father passed away when he was extremely young, and how he's overcome a lot of adversity. He seems like a really good person. So, man, the Jets have taken.
Here we go. I mean, Yep. I guess my information was wrong. So Jets did not make a snap decision. Obviously, they are. I mean, at this point, you have to figure they were on the clock. They were talking to teams. They probably are between two guys. I mean, NFL Network shows a lot of us in.
There are two options here, I think. Either we're like about to see a trade any second now, or Idzik was sitting in the room going, "I'm gonna let these guys wait. Let's watch them suffer." So, coming down on him.
If he did, that's the cruelest trick ever.
That'd be such a John Idzik move.
David, I mean, what do you think the Jets? That would be interesting. Could you imagine the Jets trade out of this pick here? I mean, I don't know who they would trade to, but oof.
I mean, if they've still got about 4 or 5, selections that they're really happy about, well, they haven't traded the picks in.
All right, the pick is in. Find out in a second.
No trade?
The Jets have made their selection. We'll find out in a moment.
Nick, you look devastated. Have you seen this pick? You don't look happy.
No, I haven't seen this pick. I don't want to spoil it. I'm just looking. I'm just watching the thread about to burn.
I'm just hoping they don't take Kyle Brady.
I hope they don't take
Roger Vick.
Yeah. Well. Okay. Come on, guys. This is killing me. Okay, Roger Goodell is going up to the stage right now. It looks like to make the pick. Here's Goodell now. Man, nervous. It's going to be so Jets when they screw this up. Okay, with the 18th pick in the 2014 NFL Draft, the New York Jets select Calvin Pryor, safety from Louisville. Interesting. Wow, Dave, you don't look too happy about this. That's interesting. All right, so Calvin Pryor, let me talk about Pryor a little bit. Pryor, we have as our number 22nd ranked player. We have him as our third safety on the board after Clinton Dix and Jimmy Ward. Tell you a little bit about Pryor. He's an enforcer. He's mostly a strong safety, but he can play free safety. He's extremely athletic, so he can do a little bit of both, which makes sense in Rex Ryan's scheme of switching them back and forth. But for the most part, he's an enforcer. He'll beat the crap out of players, and it's interesting because Rex Ryan doesn't normally value safeties. He's put out Eric Smith there a million times, and he's put out DeJuan Landry. He doesn't really care, so this is an interesting pick.
It is an interesting pick because you did have Cooks on the board. You did have, you know, this just shows you their board is completely different the last 2 years. If I recall, we had what's his name, the guy from Florida last year, the defensive tackle, way ahead of Richardson, and Richardson got taken first. So, you know, this is an interesting one, folks. David, comment?
Dave, you don't look too happy.
I don't mind Pryor. I don't think he's a bad safety. He's obviously not the best safety in this draft because we all know who that is.
Yeah.
Pryor is just he's a guy who just plays completely out of control. I mean, at one point you're going to absolutely love him because he's going to come, down into the box and take someone's head off. But the very next play, you're going to absolutely hate him. He's going to over pursue. He's going to lose his angles. He's going to lose his coverage. He's very much a home run or nothing. He's a home run or a strikeout safety. It's not a terrible pick. I don't mind the pick. I think he has got a lot of talent, a lot of ability. I think he's got a lot of potential as well, but he is going to need to learn to rein it in a little bit. Because at times we're going to absolutely love him and we're going to love that physical style. I'm sure Rex fell in love with that physical style. But at other points we're going to absolutely be tearing our hair out because he's not as bad as Taylor Mays. Cause I remember a couple of years ago.
No, he's much better than Taylor Mays. Yeah,
much better than Taylor Mays. But they have
compare him to Taylor Mays.
They have one similar deficiency, which is their over aggressiveness. Obviously,
Taylor Mays also can't run if it's not in a straight line.
Oh yeah, he's much better than Taylor Mays. I'm not saying he's Taylor Mays, but they're one deficiency. That's what I pull my hair out of Taylor Mays just because he's over pursued and he was too aggressive.
Let me put it this way: I'm happier about this than Dave is. I don't think it's the home run pick that I think we could have had with like Cooks or someone like that, but I think it is a good pick. I think it's interesting. It's going to be interesting to see as we go throughout the draft now what the Jets are going to do because they still have the major holes at cornerback and wide receiver. What this is telling me is that they don't think much of the safety depth, which makes sense because there isn't that much safety depth in this draft. It's not nearly as deep as cornerback and wide receiver, and they do see a lot of depth in cornerback and wide receiver, which we've said. So I mean, next round we can see there are a ton of wide receivers on the board. Let's see. There is Cooks. There's Lee. There's Jordan Matthews. There's Allen Robinson. Cody Latimer. Jarvis Landry. There are a lot of wide receivers left. A lot of cornerbacks left. So I think what I would guess is happening right now is they're looking more at this from a long term, like a entire draft perspective.
Yeah, I mean, you know what, guys? Let's take a step back here too. We talked about the safety position. Scott, you've obviously mentioned depth. Let's take a look at it this way. The Jets have a lot of picks coming up.
Yeah, I think
Is
that's
what kind of impact players could the Jets expect to get at where they're picking? For instance, when is their next pick off the top of your head? Because I'm kind of
it's gonna be the same pick in the
second round.
18th pick, second round, around there.
Yeah, so I mean, obviously it wasn't what we wanted, but there is some talent out there in that second round that will fit our needs.
It's
David?
interesting. I'll say this. Apparently, at Radio City, the Jets fans were not booing, which is like I think the first time that's ever happened.
Yeah, I mean, it's not a awful pick. I know David's upset that we didn't get his guy, but
David, don't cry on us.
yeah.
We haven't got him yet. We could double dip at safety.
We're gonna trade back up for Jimmy Ward.
Yeah. It is going to be interesting,
I think it is a good pick. I don't think it's an amazing pick.
I think it's a solid pick. I'll give it that. I mean, I'm not a big draft guy here, but
Give me like an hour. Give me an hour, and I'll be convinced that he's going to be the defensive rookie of the year. But
yeah, and I mean, let's be honest. It's a total Rex move here. I think. There's no other way to put it. I mean, it's a hard-hitting safety. Yes, we have needs at cornerback and wide receiver, but we did fill the number one role at wide receiver. So, I mean, there's a lot that could happen from here on out. So let's set it up this way. If we stay where we are, in the second round, where do you expect us? Where could we go? What kind of players would be available? Scott, we're probably mid-second round. Where would we go?
Are you talking about players like wide receiver or tight end? It's possible Jason Morrow could fall that far. Safarian Jenkins, another tight end. There are a ton of wide receivers that are going to be available. George Matthews, Cody Latimer, Allen Robinson. There are going to be a lot of wide receivers that are going to be there. Wide receivers or tight ends. So if you think of the world's over because they haven't taken a wide receiver tight end, it hasn't. But obviously there will be a lot of guys, and with how many talented guys there are in this draft, a lot of them are going to keep falling. So there will be a lot left on the board. But I'm reading the comments section on Gangrene Nation right now, and most people seem to be actually pretty happy with this. They seem to like this a lot more than at least Dave does.
I mean, I don't think it's a bad pick. I think as Nick said, I think it's a solid pick with the potential to be a very good pick.
Yeah.
But I don't know. It depends who the Dolphins take now. Because we've passed up Cooks, we passed up Denard, who I think have got a higher ceiling than Pryor has. I don't mind Pryor. I think he is a decent player. But I think like you said, Scott. I mean, wide receiver, the depth in this draft is crazy. I mean, I'm just looking at kind of my rankings that I've got here. Obviously Cooks is still there. Allen Robinson, who I rate really highly, is still there. Cody Latimer is still there, who I rate really highly. I know your favourite player, Kelvin Benjamin, he's still there, so we've still got a chance of that, Scott, don't worry.
Yeah.
Dante Moncrief is still there, Landry's still there, Paul Richardson's still there, and we showed a little bit of interest in him in the pre-draft workouts, so we could still get Dree Archer, who's a bit of an offensive weapon who we could probably find a lot of uses for.
Hoping for him, hoping for Dree.
So it's not terrible that we haven't got any offensive talent yet, because the depth at wide receiver is just crazy right now. And here come the Dolphins selection. So let's have a look at this.
Now let me ask you something real quick, guys. Do the Jets go corner in the second round, or what happens?
Jesus, have you seen the Dolphins selection?
No.
Okay, so the Dolphins with the 19th pick select Jawan James, Tennessee tackle.
Interesting. Jawan James, where do we have him? We have James. Okay, we don't have James ranked until number 53.
Oh, we had him ranked.
We had him ranked, yeah. But not until 53. So on our board, that's a bit of a reach. He's a right tackle, maybe a bit of a guard, probably right tackle. but Juwan James, he's okay. I think there are better options.
Yeah, that you might want to talk about
This is
Pryor.
what you were saying about need based.
Yeah. This and let's say this, folks. The people who say, "Oh, there were better players than Pryor," there were a lot better players on the board and possibly at the position than Jawan James. Am I not correct?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, there are a lot of players we have way ahead of James. We have Tiny Richardson. As far as tackles are concerned, ahead of him, we have Tiny Richardson, Antonio Richardson. He's the main one ahead of him. There are a couple guards ahead of him. But yeah, I would say this is definitely a need. When we were talking about need-based versus best player available, this is definitely a need-based selection. And there are reports that the Arizona Cardinals have just traded their pick with the New Orleans Saints. We don't have the terms of it yet, but interesting.
That to me screams wide receiver. I just have that gut instinct.
I'm thinking Cooks.
Yeah, you and I both. I have a feeling that's Cooks. Jumping ahead of Philadelphia, that to me is Cooks.
Yeah.
What do you think, David?
Yeah, I mean the only reason it all makes sense. Arizona need a receiver like Cooks to partner what they've already got. Philadelphia need that receiver as well, so it makes sense for them to jump ahead of those guys. Just on the Dolphins, obviously selection, Jawan James is, he's not a terrible selection. We had him 50, but he is probably an early second round selection.
Mm-hmm.
It'd be interesting to kind of maybe if it comes out if the Dolphins try to trade that pick, because I can imagine he's still going to be there, mid to late 20s. So it'd be interesting to see if they even kind of talk to people about maybe trading down a little bit. But it's not a terrible selection. But I'm quite happy as a Jets fan that the Dolphins took Jawan James. I mean that doesn't scare me.
No, not at all. Not at all. I think that's as far as it goes. It's I think as far as it goes, that's I'm fine with them taking him. I'm fine with the Bill. I mean, I would prefer if the Bills hadn't taken Watkins, but I'm fine with them trading away like next year's first and fifth. But I don't know. I think it's fine. That's nothing to be worried about there. Let's see who's so now we have the Saints picking next in place of the Arizona Cardinals. We'll have for you the terms of the trade as soon as we know for sure.
Okay, now let me ask you this. Now we're getting to the point where could you see Johnny Manziel fall out of the first round, or do you see a similar situation which happened? I think it was Cleveland years ago, maybe 2 or 3 years ago, that went up. They drafted, then jumped back in the first round to draft the old guy. What's his name? Do you see that happening where a team will jump into the first round to draft Manziel? Do you see that happening, or?
Maybe that might be what the Cardinals are planning on doing by trading back. They might say he's gonna keep falling, so we'll take him towards the end of the first round.
David, thoughts on that?
Yeah, I was kind of just looking at the draft. I think at 26, the Browns obviously are probably in play for him. But other than that, there's not a great deal there. Obviously, the Eagles are not going to be interested. The Packers won't be interested. Probably the same with the Chiefs. I think Cleveland might be his last chance to go in the first round. If he doesn't go, he'll probably fall out of unless someone moves up, of course. But there's a very good chance that Johnny's going to find himself deserted in the green room tonight.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, here's an interesting thought, though. Johnny Football falls to the second round. I mean, at that point, do you just? I mean, if you're the Jets, you have to. In my opinion, you would have to consider just picking him up, knowing that that's a player that if he truly comes alive, I mean, I know it's not a need, but geez, I mean, that kind of a talent.
I still probably wouldn't. I don't know. Maybe I guess I just think there's with the wide receivers that should be on the board and the cornerbacks that should be on the board. I'd much rather go there.
Yeah, so, all right, folks, obviously Jets made a pick at safety. Rating the boards, it's kind of a mix. A lot of people not upset. A lot of people, I guess you would call it understanding. Not a lot of boos at Radio City. Um, you know, a really interesting setup. And by the way, the pick came in. Saints received the 20th overall. Cardinals received 27th and a third-round pick this year. That just shows you how much the Bills paid. I mean,
Yeah.
for, what was it, 4 spots, they paid,
Yeah.
2 first-rounders. I mean, that was, woof. And now, they're just swapping third-rounders for 4 picks. So, Scott, thoughts on that?
Yeah, I mean, from the Saints' perspective, I think it's fine because when we were talking about drafting for need earlier, when you think you're only a few spots away, it's a lot more palatable to trade up. Obviously, the Bills are not just one receiver away; they're one receiver, one quarterback, they're a million spots away. So I think it makes more sense for someone like the New Orleans Saints to trade up than for someone like the Buffalo Bills. So I think to go up a couple spots for a third, what did you say it was, a third-round pick? Oh yeah, third-round pick. I think that's fine for the Saints. That's not really much of a big deal.
Yeah, now could you see the Jets possibly, let's say Denard falls to like pick 29. Could the Jets make a big play at that, do you think?
I don't think there's any need to. There are so many good guys that'll be available in the second round. I mean, Denard is a lot better than them. I don't think he's that much better of a prospect that he's worth a big trade up. Not when, I don't know. I'm fine with the Jets using all 12 of their picks, honestly. I would be totally cool with that.
Yeah, I mean, the one thing that it gets interesting is, the Jets do have Dimitri Peterson, but I don't know.
I'm going to pause for a second and interject. The Saints have made this selection, and the Saints have taken Brandon Cooks. He's off the board now.
Yep.
I think it makes sense. I think they want to give Breeze another shot at the Super Bowl before he retires. A dynamic receiver like Saints is going to be. I'm drafting Cooks in my fantasy league, and put it that way.
Yeah, that was a pretty obvious move when they made it. I mean, that was interesting. I mean, David, what do we have, guys? I'll leave it up to you. What's left on the board? Besides the 2 quarterbacks, let's forget about Manziel. Let's forget about Bridgewater at this point because they're in free fall mode, and I don't think they're going to go anytime realistically soon. So what's left on the board? Who's been falling other than those 2? And what kind of positions are left? Scott?
Well, Clinton Dix is our top guy. That's not a cornerback. He's a free safety. We have Jarquez Denard, the cornerback we've been talking about, Jimmy Ward, a strong safety. Brandon Cooks, I'm going to cross him off now since he just went to the Saints. Jason Morrow is our top skill position offensive guy, tight end number 19. Other guys there up there, Dominique Easley, Antonio Richardson, Suafilo, who's a guard, Coney Ely, Jason Barrett, Nick Salai. The top guys are pretty much, for the most part, defensive guys right now. Some of the next guys that we'll see probably are Marquis Lee, the wide receiver from Southern California, Austin Safarian Jenkins, tight ends, and most of the offensive guys right now are tight ends and guards. I think they're at the top right now, and then once we get below that tier, then we're going to start seeing the wide receivers, such as Lattimore, Allen Robinson. Guys like that, but the offensive guys right now are mostly guards and tight ends.
All right, David. I mean, what's your thoughts? I mean, who do you expect to go relatively soon? Who do you expect to start dropping? What do you think?
Yeah, I mean, I'm taking the quarterbacks out of the equation. I thought Clinton Dix would have gone by now. I thought Denard would have gone by now. Otherwise, I think most of the players who we thought were going to go in kind of the top 20 picks, most of them have gone.
Yeah.
Obviously you're looking at Ebron and Barr, and you've not had someone like Mack or Matthews, Lewin, something like that. Most of the people who were considered top 20 picks have gone. So outside the quarterbacks, there's not that many people who are really dropping. Who's a massive surprise. Like I said, Clinton Dix I thought would go. But like Scott was saying, I think most of the top players left now are defensive players. then we'll start to see. We always knew that the second round and into the third round was going to be the round for the wide receivers. That's where you're going to see them fly off the board. You're probably going to see 10 or 15 go, in a very quick span, just because that's where the talent lies in this draft. So I think that's mainly going to be where they're going. So yeah, I mean the board's fallen pretty much how you'd expect it to fall. There's been a couple of surprises, but most of the players who should have gone have gone.
I still can't believe the Jags took Blake Bortles.
That does feel kind of a big shock. I mean, it kind of reminds me of years ago when Cleveland jumped up and took Whedon. There was a few other quarterbacks on the board. It's one of those that every year there seems to be. So E.J. Manuel is a perfect example last year, where a lot of them had him in the second round. The Bills stepped up, and he ended up being the only quarterback drafted in the first. Now here's the thing. Here, somebody pointed out this interesting comment. Think about this. If the Saints traded, maybe one of the reasons the Jets were on a clock for so long was because, they were looking to trade. Now, Calvin Pryor, obviously the Saints might have tried to trade up ahead. Do you think Calvin Pryor would have fell to the Saints' position from where the Jets were, or do you think that he would have been taken?
Calvin Pryor, if he hadn't been taken here?
Yeah. If the Jets had traded with the Saints,
I could see Pryor going to maybe Philadelphia. They need help on defense. San Diego, maybe pair him with Eric Weddle. I could see that happening. I think those are probably the two most likely if the Jets had traded back.
Yeah, obviously Green Bay is right now on a clock, number 21 pick. Basically we're waiting on them to pick. Scott, where do you think they're leaning?
Who's the Packers?
Yes, sir.
Maybe Denard might make sense to them. They could use some corners. Amaro, if they really want to give Rodgers another weapon, which wouldn't surprise me. Maybe they might start looking at they might be looking at Marquise Lee because they need to replace James Jones at wide receiver. So I can see Marquise Lee going to them as well. I'm not sure who my top pick would be. My top pick for them would probably be Denard.
David, your thoughts?
Yeah, Denard was the guy that I thought as well. I thought Shazier, if he was here, he might be an option for them. They may go offensive line. We might see the first guard come off the board here.
So I want to point something out for a second here. Apparently there's a mini press conference right now with the Jets where they were talking about Pryor and they were saying how he was obviously their top player, the guy they wanted the most, how excited they are and all that stuff. Apparently John Idzik got called out of the press conference. Might mean nothing. It might mean they're trying to trade out or something, or trying to trade up or something like that. No way of knowing, but it's interesting.
All right, so let's.
I can't hear you there.
Okay, let's say they were. Where do you think they would trade up to, and for who? Scott, let's start with you.
Let's see. I could see maybe trading up to Seattle, maybe. I think the John Idzik connection would make sense there. Gets them back into the first round. If there's someone else, I think who else they might want. If they they think Denard's going to fall to there or another, maybe they'll take. What would be really great there. I think if they were to trade up into the end of the first round and take Jason Verrett at TCU, I'd be pretty chill with that. Jason Verrett he's a smaller cornerback. He's one. I would argue if he was I think a lot of people would argue if he was about 2 inches taller, he'd be the best cornerback in this draft. Ferocious guy, especially at press man coverage. He's really a Rex Ryan kind of guy. He's just extremely physical. It's hard to get him off the line of scrimmage. He's built for Rex Ryan system. His problem is that he's about 2 inches too short. He's 5'11", I think. But on the other hand, he has a 39-inch vertical leap. I think the highest of any cornerback, so he plays a lot bigger than he really is. So I think that would be interesting. If the Jets are going to Jets want to trade back in the first round pick to get Jason Verrett, I think that would be perfect timing for him. I think he should go at the end of the first round, and I think he'd be a perfect player for them. So I'm kind of hoping now that they do that. Now I'm going to interrupt for a sec to say the Packers have made their selection. Sorry, just hold on 1 second.
Go ahead.
The Packers have selected HaHa Clinton-Dix, whose fall has finally ended. Clinton-Dix is our number 9 player. He's a free safety. So he's going to be the second safety taken off the board after Calvin Pryor, who the Jets obviously took. So yeah, so he's mostly Dix is mostly a ball hawk. He's pretty strictly a free safety as opposed to Pryor, who can do a little bit of both. So yeah, that'll be interesting over in Green Bay. What do you think, Dave?
Yeah, I thought Clinton-Dix was going to come off relatively soon, and he has. I think he'd be a good fit in Green Bay. Like you said, he is very much a centre fielder. He doesn't really come up and play the run that well. So keeping him in centre field where he can just make that first step, make that play on the ball, that's probably going to be a really good situation for him. I really like that selection for Green Bay. They could have gone a number of ways because I was reading not long ago they were really interested in Latimer. Obviously, wide receivers not a massive need, but it is still a little bit of a need. They always seem to find like these Jordy Nelsons, and they just find receivers out of nowhere. I mean that's quite good for Green Bay. I mean just to point on what you said earlier about Jason Verrett. I think if that happened and the Jets did move back up and selected him, we would both be sitting back. I might go and get a glass of wine or something, just relax a little bit now. Because I mean I love Jason Verrett. I think he's a fantastic player. The thing I like about him is so far in this draft we've spoken about corners and we've spoken about Justin Gilbert is a zone coverage guy, Denard is a man coverage guy. Verrett's both. He can do both. He can play zone. He can play man. He's physical. He's got a great leap. He's got good length. He is a very good corner. Like you said, I think a lot of teams are scared off by his height. But when you've got that kind of vertical and you read the game as well as he does, I don't think that's really an issue. So if they do that, I'd be well on board with getting Jason Verrett and pairing him with Pryor. That would certainly make our defensive backfield.
Man, our defense would be fantastic. That would be if they would trade up for Verrett along with Pryor. That would be a nasty defense. That would they'd be hard hitting. It'd be kind of it'd be like ground and pound for the defense. It would be totally Rex Ryan.
Yeah, it'd be good to see. Obviously, you get Milner with another year as well, and obviously that's always a positive. Like we say, cornerback is one of the hardest positions to come in and excel at straight away. So getting Milner in his second year, then getting a physical corner like Verrett and a hard-hitting safety like Pryor in 1 or 2 years, this defensive backfield would be crazy.
Yeah. I think that would be good. I think that's probably
good. Now, Scott, let's think about this.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, defensive line.
How much would we?
Say again? Nick, can you hear me?
Oh yeah, I'm sorry. I thought you were talking to David. Okay. Now, Scott, let me ask you this: what are we looking at? Let's say trade up into the high 20s, low 30s. Both second rounders, second, third. How much are we willing to mortgage here? Yes.
I'm thinking. Let me think. I think obviously they would say give him the second round pick, and I'd probably give up one of the fourth rounders as well since we have 3 of them. I think they might have to give up something more than that. So maybe a fourth and one of our 6s since we have 3 of each. That might do it. What do you think, Dave? You think that'd be enough?
I've just brought up the trade value chart, which I know has its deficiencies, but just looking at it, let me just do my maths there. It would probably to move up to, let's say 31st.
Yeah.
Would probably take that 600, 400. it would probably only take our second round pick, and we've got a high fourth. I think we've
Yeah, from Tampa Bay.
in Tampa Bay. So I think if we traded our second with our first fourth, that would almost get us there.
Okay. So maybe
But
throw in
maybe-
like a sixth, or we have 2 seventh rounders. Maybe throw in one of the seventh or the sixth, and that should get us there. That's probably what I would do. I think that makes sense. Interesting.
There's a chance.
I'm
Johnny
curious about
Football
his
is.
that he's fallen.
I mean, this is.
I hope he goes to Cleveland. They'll come up soon. I think Cleveland would be good fit for Johnny Football. I'm curious. What I'm curious about is why Darqueze Dennard is falling. I don't know the answer to this. I have actually no clue. But so I think that's an interesting question now. Why he's falling? Jimmy Ward as well. I don't know that Jimmy Ward is falling all that much right now. But Dennard is the guy I'm most curious about right now. Interesting. Apparently,
All right.
yeah, the Eagles and Cleveland have made a trade apparently. I'm hoping they're trading up for Johnny Football. Let's see. We'll let you know the terms of the trade as soon as we find out. But interesting.
Yeah, the last time they did this didn't exactly work out, as you may recall. They traded up to grab Whedon, and that was a disaster.
And the Browns have been
So
trading.
this is interesting, Browns.
I was just saying, like they did at the start of the first, if they are trading up here to get Johnny Football,
Apparently, Radio City right now, the fans all Radio City are chanting Johnny's name right now.
But why have they moved above Kansas City? Obviously got Smith. Cincinnati's got
Yeah,
Dalton.
but Alex Smith. But to be fair, Alex Smith sucks.
Yeah, but he seems to have fit into that Kansas City offense quite well, though, doesn't he? He just doesn't lose them games. He doesn't win many, but he just doesn't lose them, and they just hand it over to Jamal Charles and just let him run wild.
The pick is in right now. Man, yeah, the Browns are trading up a storm. It really is like the Browns GM just watched draft day this morning.
Yeah, I've got to imagine this
Yeah.
is going to be Manziel.
That is a lot of trades. Could you imagine if it was Bridgewater? What would happen?
I hope if it's anyone but Johnny Manziel, it would be pretty funny.
I hope it's Derek Carr.
Derek Carr, yeah, that'd be fun. I forgot that guy existed.
That would be interesting, wouldn't it?
Johnny Football, that'd be interesting. Johnny Football would be interesting because then he'll have Josh Gordon, he'll have Jordan Cameron. It'll be, I think, Josh Gordon will be another guy that'll be drafted really high up in fantasy leagues. If that's what happened, what is about to happen. But it'll be interesting because Johnny Football doesn't. Mike Patton went to the Rex Ryan school. Johnny Football is not a Rex Ryan kind of guy, so it'll be interesting here. The Browns are about to make their selection.
The Cleveland Browns have selected Johnny Manziel.
Yes, that's perfect. I like that.
And Radio City's just gone mental.
Good. He's probably flipping out right now. He's probably not happy.
He's probably worried about moving to Ohio.
Who?
Yeah, right?
Johnny
Johnny
Manziel.
Manziel. Yeah. So we still don't have the terms on. We still don't have the terms for the deal, but we'll find out soon.
I think it came up. I think the Eagles got a third rounder as well.
Okay.
I think that's what it was.
Interesting.
And I mean, you knew it was coming. I mean, there was no doubt about that. Once that move was made. Boy. So Scott, they're still on the board. Is now Bridgewater?
I just wanted to point out for a second. Now because that pick that they just traded up was the pick they had gotten for Trent Richardson. So they just traded Trent Richardson for Johnny Manziel. I think that's a pretty good trade on the part of the Browns. I'm going to cross him off the list now. But no, okay. So now Bridgewater is our star top guy, top quarterback remaining. As we said, we kind of expected him to fall for reasons we still don't really know why. Possibly about his durability and his size, but I guess we'll find out soon. But I think this is a good pick, good pick by the Browns. So now,
Oh boy.
Denard's still falling. Maybe instead of trading for Verrett, they should trade it for Denard. What do you think, Dave?
I think straight away Denard might be the safer selection, but I think the ceiling on Verrett is a lot higher than it is on Denard. Because I didn't really see a lot of Denard in kind of zone coverage. I never really saw that because he pretty much played exclusively in man. I
think either one will be good fits for Rex Ryan. I think Verrett's more versatile. That'll be interesting. I would trade up. If I'm the Jets, I'm trading up right now.
Yeah. So I'm just watching some highlights.
And here's the question though: if
he is ridiculous.
Oh, Manziel?
Yeah, just God,
I hope he works out.
Yeah, I do. I quite like the guy.
Mostly because I hate the Steelers. So.
Yeah, that's fair enough.
So that'd be fun.
Brian's fans were very happy with that selection.
Yeah.
Especially
Trent Richardson for Johnny Manziel. That's a pretty good deal.
Yeah, that's you're not going to complain about that, are you?
Yeah. So who's on the board now? Kansas City's on the board. You got to imagine that they thought Kansas City was going to take Manziel, and that's why they traded ahead of them. Now, Denard might make sense for them. Apparently, they're not. Apparently, Kansas City isn't very high on Brandon Flowers, and they've been trying to trade him. So maybe they might take Denard with the plan of replacing Flowers for whatever reason they don't like him, and trying to get rid of him now. But I think it'll be interesting because I think the problem they've had with Brandon Flowers is that they think he's more of a zone guy. He struggled this year in Bob Sutton's Rex Ryan defense, which is a lot more man heavy, and Brandon Flowers struggled in there. Obviously, Dark Freeze Denard is more of a man cover guy, so he'd probably fit into the Kansas City system well. It would obviously, I think it would also be good in the sense of they'll be going up against the Denver Broncos in the AFC West a lot. So going against Peyton Manning, it'd be great to have another cornerback. So I think Denard makes a lot of sense for them. Jason Morrow also makes a good amount of sense to them if they want to give Alex Smith some weapons because he's pretty terrible. They need to give him all the he's going to need all. What do you think, Dave?
Yeah, I was just going to say, just looking at, I've just got the Chiefs roster up just to kind of have a look and see if there's anywhere like obvious that they need to upgrade. I can't really see any glaring needs that they absolutely have to address. Obviously, they can go in certain ways. I'd say they need an upgrade at wide receiver. They probably do need Denard, would make sense. The defensive back. They could go offensive lineman here. They could go with Xavier, or they could go Gabe Jackson. There's a number of things they could do. They could go what's his name, Antonio?
Yeah, Antonio Richardson. Yeah.
They could go with him. But yeah, I mean the Chiefs are in a nice position where they've got quite good depth across their roster. Probably it's a bit early for another wide receiver.
I need to pause for a second here. If you remember a while ago, the Jets went to the Louisville Pro Day, and Manish Mehta tweeted at the time that the Jets were going there to visit Teddy Bridgewater, and a bunch of people cried. They said, "No, Bridgewater is not the only person at the Louisville Pro Day. Calvin Pryor would be there, Devontae Adams would be there," and Manish was like, "No, they're definitely going to visit Teddy Bridgewater." And of course, they take a Louisville guy, and his name is not Teddy Bridgewater.
So that's one-on-one.
That's what you get. Sorry.
Yeah.
So we praised him right at the start, and now he's got a negative.
All right. Well, let me ask you something here. I mean, we're obviously coming to the point where, do you think Denard could fall all the way to the Jets pick, or could Verrett fall if Denard falls? Scott,
I
what do you?
I would be floored, like truly and truly floored if Denard fell to the Jets' second round pick. I mean, I'm surprised he's lasted as long as it is. But if you make it 18 in the second round when he should have gone in the top 18 of the first round, and there's no noticeable red flags of him, I can't see that. Maybe Verrett might fall. I can see it's possible Verrett could fall. I'm looking at the other cornerbacks that are available. Bradley Roby is another guy. I'll be up there. Pierre Desir, Jason Verrett. So it's possible if Denard keeps slipping, it's very possible that Jason Verrett falls. But it's the kind of thing that we won't know as well as the actual teams will know. They would know a lot better where they think someone's going to fall. I just want to point out for a second that Calvin Pryor has just said in a press conference, I guess, he compared himself to Cam Chancellor and Deshaun Goldson. Obviously, if we're getting Cam Chancellor, I think that would be a huge home run by the Jets. But the pick is now in for Kansas City Chiefs. Dave, you want to take a final guess?
I'm going to go with Denard. I think he may go off here.
I'll go with Suafilo, the guard. That's my guess.
Thank you, sessions.
Just as a a lot of ways. This is another team. They're really good, but
I was just going to say, just as a aside, obviously John's writing up all the picks for us tonight, and the approval rating so far on Calvin Pryor with Gangrene Nation members is 84%. Say it was a good pick, whereas 16% say it wasn't. So that's 272 votes to 50. So that's not a bad start for the Jets.
No. And so it makes me nervous that this may Jets
honestly,
like the pick. Last year, almost everyone.
When was the last pick we really liked?
Last year, almost everyone hated the Sheldon Richardson pick, and it turned out to be an amazing one. So it makes me a little nervous that how many Jets fans like this.
Ooh.
Well, what other pick did we really like?
So, just to interrupt there, with the 23rd pick, the Kansas City Chiefs select Dee Ford, the defensive end / outside linebacker from Auburn.
Gross. Dee Ford, outside linebacker, he's a pass rusher, pretty much exclusively. We have him ranked number 55th on our board. He's a pass rusher. He is one of the worst outside linebackers at stopping the run I think I've ever seen. I remember watching a couple plays in particular where he was clearly expecting it to be a pass play, and he was going into the quarterback guns a-blazing, and then it was like a delayed handoff, quarterback handoff to the running back who just blew by Ford as if Ford was standing still, stuck in quicksand. I think he's overrated. I don't think he's very good, especially when they already have Justin Houston, an outside linebacker. I don't think that's a very good pick by them. What do you think, Dave?
No, I completely agree. I mean, sometimes I don't even think he understands the concept that teams can run the football. Because
He's never heard of it.
He just, he looks surprised every time the quarterback hands it off. Yeah, I mean, he's the kind of guy, he gets his head down, he's after the quarterback, and that's it. He's not a terrible player. He's not a first round talent for me. I think Kansas were in a great position there where they could have taken best player available, and if they had him as the best player available, I've got to question that.
Here's the thing: even if they were drafting for need, if he, like you said, if he was the best player available, then their big board is obviously pretty messed up, because I don't see how the hell you can think he's the best player available there. But if they were trying to draft for need, if they're thinking Dee Ford is the only guy we're missing, I think that's a severe. Considering how many holes they have at, say, like wide receiver or quarterback, because Alex Smith is trash, I think that was just, no matter how you look at it, I think that was a bad pick.
Yeah, I mean, he wasn't asked to drop.
Hey, Scott.
So It is basically they're getting him for a speed rusher off the edge.
Interesting.
And let me ask you something here.
Yeah.
Who's on the? Oops. Sorry, Scott. Go ahead.
No. You go.
Okay, no, I was going to ask you, how many guys do you have in front of him at the position right now? I mean, are we looking at 2, 3 in front of him at the outside linebacker position? How big of a D Ford? How big of a reach was this?
I think it's pretty big. I'm looking right now. The outside linebackers we had ahead of him were Atuachu. Outside linebacker we had Kyle Van Noy. So he was our third-ranked outside linebacker that was available, and that might even be pushing it a little bit just because I really don't think he's very good. I think he's incredibly one-dimensional.
Huh.
So
Wow.
I really think that was a bad choice. Now, if you think he's going to be a defensive end, I don't see, since they play a 3-4, that would kind of surprise me. But say you wanted to put him at defensive end. Let me look at the defensive ends we have ahead of him. We have Coney Ely. We have Scott Crichton. I think those are the only 2 defensive ends we have ahead of him. So he'd still be the third best defensive end. But I think even then, if you're going to try and put him at defensive end, you're going to have even more of a problem, especially in a 3-4 that the Chiefs run. So it's a puzzling selection by them. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, all right. Let me ask this question: who do you think right now is having a good draft? Who do you think is having a bad one? Let's start off with you, David.
I think Cleveland have had a pretty good draft because if they can get someone like Manziel in the 20s, when many expected they'd have to take him with their kind of 4th overall pick, then I've got to go with them. Who else having a good draft? I mean, a lot of teams have taken kind of, Houston for taking the best player in the draft. Obviously, you can't fault them for getting what probably is a once in a generation type player. Yeah, I mean, everyone's kind of on level par. I think you don't really get the good and bad drafts until teams start making their 2nd and 3rd selections, and then you kind of see what they're doing, what they're putting together as a unit and an actual draft class. Obviously, the one at the minute that sticks out as having a bit of a downer is probably Jacksonville, just because I think Bortles was a bit of a reach. I don't think that he was the best quarterback for them in that situation. And obviously the Dolphins, I think they reached for Juwan James. Obviously, I would say that anyway, but I think they're maybe having a bit of a downer right now. But we'll find out more when we get through the 2nd round.
Yeah, I think you're right about the Browns having the best pick they've had. I mean, the Browns have gotten who they gone? They got a 1st-round pick. They got Justin Gilbert, and then who did they just get again?
Manziel.
Yeah, right. And they got Manziel. And a 1st-round pick out of this. So I think they're probably having the best. Apparently, there is a report by, I think, Ian Rappaport. Ian Rappaport that the Browns may not be done, that they're talking about trading back into the 1st round. So this is a hell of a night for Browns fans. Yeah. Yeah, the Bengals.
Interesting.
1 second.
I think
the Cincinnati Bengals have taken Darqueze Dennard. Finally, his fall stops. That's a good pick for them. Obviously, I think they could have gone either there, or I think they could have gone either there or with Bridgewater. I think because Andy Dalton is not a very good quarterback. I think that would have been Bridgewater would have been a good pick for them. But Dennard is also great. He'll fit in really well into their defense. Really tough, physical man cover corner. Probably closer to a ceiling than a lot of the other draft picks. I'm still surprised, though, that he fell this far. But I think that was a good pick by the Bengals. So now I'll talk about the top players left in the draft. So what were you going to say?
No, I'm sorry. I must be cutting in now because I was just about to ask you the same exact question. So you're fine. Go ahead, sir.
Okay. So the top players left on the board, obviously we had Teddy Bridgewater up here, who's a number 4 guy. We knew he was going to fall. We still don't know why, though. That's the thing. After that, we'll go down to number 13. We have Jimmy Ward, strong safety. He's our next guy remaining. After that is Jason Morrow, a tight end. And then we're going to start getting into a bunch of lineman positions. We got a lot of guys on the offensive line, the defensive line. Dominic Easley. The reason I think he's falling is he's had some knee injuries, which is sort of caused him to fall. Otherwise, he'd probably be a top 10 pick if not for his knee injuries. We have guys like Antonio Richardson, Suafilo, Coney Ely, Lewis Nix. The top guy that's not a lineman right now is Jason Barrett, who we've talked about pretty extensively at this point. Then we get to guys like Cole Ayerla, we told you was going to fall for off-the-field reasons. Rashid Hageman, he's a defensive tackle. So mostly at this point, there are a lot of tackles. Or sorry, not tackles. A lot of linemen at this point in the draft. So apparently the Chargers have made their selection. What do you think? What do you think, Dave? What do you think it's going to be?
Let me just have a quick look. So I don't really know much about the Chargers, to be honest. I know they do need a corner. I'm just trying to think. Verrett's probably the best one that's left on the board, so it might be Verrett. They could go Roby. They could go Roby. I'm not sure why.
I hope they go Roby.
I hope they go Roby as well. I've got a feeling they may go Roby, but I'm not 100% sure about that.
Yeah.
They could go Lewis Nix as well. They do need some help on that defensive line, so he's obviously a very big unit who could really anchor the middle of their line.
Yeah.
So that would make a lot of sense.
I think they're another team with a lot of options. I think it's as you start going down to towards the end of the first round. A lot of these teams are obviously better teams, so they pretty much can do whatever they want at this point, just because it's just all icing on the cake. But it'll be interesting. We'll see in a moment who they've taken, and then after they are up, the Philadelphia Eagles. What's that?
I've got the report on who it is. Not gonna like it, guys.
Who is it?
There goes Barrett. So
no.
Chargers took Barrett. Yep.
No.
They took Barrett with their pick. So that would mean Jets are right now looking pretty thin at corner. Obviously, there is some talent still out there. Be left besides realistically,
I'm not as
What's
big
your
on
opinion on him?
I'm not as big on Roby. I think probably their best bet is going to be at corner. I think they'll probably have 2 options. Or the 2 best options for them are probably going to be Stanley Jean-Baptiste, who's taller. I think you could think of him like Antonio Cromartie, maybe a little more consistent with not quite as high a ceiling. Really tall guy. I think he's 6'3". Right? I think he's 6'3". Tall guy, definitely more of a zone guy. He has the potential to play press man, but he'd definitely be raw at it. I think, like I said, I think he'd be more. You think of him like Antonio Cromartie. I think he's one option. I think Pierre Desir is another option, who is going to be a press man guy all the way. I think he screams Rex Ryan. So I would be happy to see Desir. Another guy that worked through some hard times. Hold on a second. Yeah, the Chargers have taken Barrett. I was really hoping he'd fall more. So now with Barrett off the board, with Barrett off the board, Desir is our top remaining cornerback. There's still obviously a lot of other options there, wide receiver and tight end, but Desir is probably the top guy after that.
David, what's your opinion on
Philadelphia? My guess is What's that?
No, I'm sorry.
What are you
My
saying?
my internet is killing me here. So I'm my internet's killing me.
All right. Well, I think the Eagles are up next. I think Marquise Lee makes a lot of sense for them. Great route runner. There's some questions of him because he had a lot of injuries in 2013. So he had a bit of a down year. But I think he's a really good route runner. If you're getting 2012 Marquise Lee, you're getting one of the best receivers in the draft. He could have gone top 10 last year if he had declared early. Just a fantastic guy. I have a feeling that's who they're going to take, especially after losing Deshaun Jackson. They could use a wide receiver right now.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with that, Scott. I think Marky Lee makes a lot of sense. I also think Allen Robinson could be a fit here from Penn State. I think he has kind of the skill set that they'll enjoy. You know, he's got good hands, very good route runner. Him or Lee make a lot of sense there. And just on the cornerbacks, obviously we haven't put him on. We talked about this a little while ago. Philip Gaines is obviously a corner that's quite an interesting prospect, and we've also got Keith McGill on there, who's a press corner who I personally really like, a big corner. He lacks a little bit of effort sometimes, which is a little bit worrying, but he does play. He's got great length and he does play the ball well. But you know, hopefully Rex would be able to knock it into him that he needs to show as much effort getting off blocks and defending the run as he does when he's running with receivers. But McGill's still there. Philip Gaines is still there. Like Scott said, Desir's still there. So there is still talent there. So I'm not too worried yet. Obviously, I would have liked Verrett or Denard to drop, but it was always a pipe dream, I think, expecting those guys to drop into the middle of the second round. So I think we are about where we thought we would be with cornerbacks in the second round.
Yeah. I want to point out for a second, I just got a tweet from someone asking if the Jets are going to trade up, and I said not now, probably that Verrett's gone. They asked if we should trade up for Kelvin Benjamin. And I felt a little rage there. I'm really, really praying the Jets do not trade up for Kelvin Benjamin, who we have ranked as the 80th best player on our big board. I think that would be disastrous if they did. So I'm really hoping they don't do that. But what do you think? You think there's a chance they trade up now, Dave?
I think there's always a chance. I mean, we're still sitting here with 11 picks left in this draft, so we've got a lot of manoeuvring. It completely depends. You know, obviously we don't know how the Jets have kind of listed their players. We don't know how sold they are on some of these receivers. If they've got a first round grade on receivers who look like they're going to drop out, then there's no reason why they shouldn't trade up and take that guy. But as we just went through a lot of wide receivers there, we went through a lot of cornerbacks. There's still a lot of options for the areas that we need to improve in. So I wouldn't be surprised if we stay put, kind of make our second round selection, and then maybe do some moving in the third and the fourth.
Yeah.
Let me ask you something, guys. At this point, is there more depth at the cornerback position, at the wide receiver position, or what need would have the most depth for the Jets right now, would you say, Scott?
I'd say wide receiver. To go through, let me go through some of the wide receivers we still have on our board because we have a lot of them. So let's see. Let's start at the top here. We have guys like we have Marquise Lee, who I have a feeling the Eagles are going to take, but I'm not positive. Obviously, Marquise Lee. We have guys like Cody Latimer, Allen Robinson, Jarvis Landry, Dante Moncrief, Devontae Adams. Who else? We have Martavius Bryant, Joey Archer, who's a little bit of wide receiver and running back. There are a lot of guys at wide receiver. I think that's probably our deepest position at this point. Cornerback still has a number of good players, but not nearly as much as a wide receiver. So if they need to wait, I think they can do that. But yeah, what do you think, Dave?
Yeah, I mean, I completely agree. I think the depth at wide receiver is going to be in the second round, and I think the depth at cornerback is probably late second, early third. So you just went through about 7 or 8 wide receivers there, all of which I'd be happy with to an extent. Obviously, I really like Allen Robinson. That's my favourite receiver left on the board. I think he's got a great ceiling. Like I said, good size as well. Cornerbacks, I think we can get a good one in the third. I really do like. I've just said it, but I'm going to repeat myself. I really do like Keith McGill. I really do like Philip Gaines, and I really like DeSer as well. I didn't know a great deal about him, but Scott's kind of sold me on him. Sent me a few things to read about him, and that's really convinced me as well. So, those 3 guys I really like, and there's more than enough wide receivers to really, get excited about as well. Oh, the Philadelphia Eagles pick's a bit of a surprise one.
Interesting. The Eagles have taken Marcus Smith. I don't think we even have him on our top 81 of our big board. We don't.
No.
So that's so far our biggest reach. What do you know about him? Let's see. So from my notes on him from earlier in the season, he can play a little bit of everything in the front seven. He can do a lot. He has a lot of production in college, but I think it seems like it's a little misleading in that it's not his production in college. It's easy to think he's like a finished product almost, but he's got a lot more work to do. I'd say this is a pretty big reach. I think at this point, had a lot of coverage sacks, a lot of things like that. I think it's a bit of a reach. What do you think, Dave?
Yeah, I mean, Marcus Lee, if I'm being completely honest with you, I haven't seen a great deal of Marcus Smith. Sorry, I haven't watched him very much. Just going on what other people are saying. I was just listening to Mike Mayock on the TV. He's saying that it fills a need for them, so that might be a case of them drafting for need rather than best player available. Because, like I said, we didn't even have him in the top 81. I think a lot of people didn't have him certainly as a first round selection. So either they know something we don't, they like a lot of what he's got to offer, or it is a bit of a reach, but it's filling a need for them. So, but I haven't watched him much, so I can't really comment on his game. But we'll soon find out, won't we? So.
Yeah, I think it's puzzling because there are a lot of other. If they think they really need a defensive end, there are a lot of other guys available, like Ely, for example, or Scott Crichton. They could have gone, if they want a pass rusher, they could have gotten Kyle Van Noy, outside linebacker, Trent Murphy. I don't know. It seems like there are a lot of players. I'm not really sure why they felt the need to grab Marcus Smith. I think that was a big reach for a first-round pick. Interesting. So who do we have next? Now we have the Arizona Cardinals. They're on the clock after trading back with the New Orleans Saints. Interesting. Who do you think the Cardinals could be taking?
They could take Teddy.
That would make sense, especially with they have Carson Palmer there.
Yeah, but if they want a quarterback with upside who could, you never know how long Palmer's got left, and I think Teddy makes a lot of sense here. I wouldn't be surprised to see them select him.
Yeah, this would make sense. I still don't understand how he's fallen this far. I mean, we have him as the number 4 overall prospect, but
yeah, there's got to be something. I can't imagine that.
It sounds like it was like some concerns about his durability, but this is still a pretty far drop. I don't know. I can't even count how many games of his I've watched, and he's just a great quarterback. So I really don't understand what is going on. That they think he's not going to be a first round or something. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, I don't understand that one. When you're talking about players with good accuracy, and he has got arm strength, he has got the accuracy, he has got some mobility. He's got a great feel in the pocket as well. That's the one thing that I always take away when I watch any game with Teddy quarterbacking, is he always seems to feel the pressure where it's coming from. He moves away from it. He's got a great slide in the pocket, and his accuracy on short to intermediate. Maybe his accuracy on the deep routes could do a lot better, but on those short plays, I find it hard to understand why he's dropping. I'm just looking actually just to find out because obviously the durability concerns. I was just wondering.
Yeah, and that's the thing. I mean, he's like I think he's just over 200 pounds, and he's what 6'2", I think, something like that. So yeah, I mean, he hasn't gotten to an NFL weight room. Obviously, he's going to add more muscle mass. He's not going to be a huge quarterback like Ben Roethlisberger, but there are plenty of quarterbacks that are around 205, 205, 215. He'll gain weight, he'll gain some muscle mass. So I don't know. Maybe it's just the pro day. Maybe he just interviewed really poorly or something with the teams. That's a possibility. That's something we would have no way of knowing. But
Yeah, the interview is probably the best angle for why he's dropping, because that's obviously the things that we can't see, we can't know about, and it's so mystifying to me that it's got to be the one thing that we don't see as bloggers, as writers, as fans,
yeah,
and that's the interview process. That's the only thing I can think of.
yeah.
So
So
I mean
hopefully, what's that?
I was saying even that would have had to be one of the worst interviews. I mean, we hear stories about prospects falling asleep like during the interview and things like that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it must have been like that for him to drop because he's got so many positives. He must have just absolutely tanked it. But you find that really hard to consider because every interview you hear, all the stuff from his coaches, from his teammates, they're all really positive about him and how he's a good role model, good leader. So I find it hard to imagine that his interview process went bad unless he just has a poor football IQ.
Maybe he was
But
texting in the waiting room.
yes, because that
Pulling
definitely
me
makes
out.
you drop.
The Arizona Cardinals pick is in. We'll have it. Roger Goodell is walking up to the podium right now. We'll have it for you in a second.
Ooh. So with the 27th pick, the Arizona Cardinals take Deone Bucannon, the strong safety from Washington State.
Interesting. Okay, so uh, Buchanan, where do we have him on here? We didn't have him for a while. We had him number 70 or 70th pick I think he's our second remaining strong safety after Jimmy Ward. If you want to rage right now that Deone Bucannon of all guys is taking over Jimmy Ward, I won't blame you.
All I've got to say is in 12 months, in 18 months, in 24 months, the Arizona Cardinals and many other teams are going to realize that they've made a massive mistake.
I mean, yeah, Deone Bucannon. So Buchanan is he's a definite definition of a strong safety. We said Clinton Dix earlier was like the definition of a free safety. Buchanan is straight strong safety. He's the kind of guy you put up close to the line of scrimmage to stuff the run. You don't want him out deep covering a receiver. I think if you were to compare him to someone, he's probably like mini Calvin Pryor, honestly. I think if we're comparing strong safeties, the Jets obviously got a much better strong safety than the Cardinals just got. That's another weird pick. I think another huge reach.
So at this point, basically, what's on your big board left? I mean, what first-round talent has fallen this far, Scott?
The two biggest surprises are Teddy Bridgewater, as we keep talking about, and Jimmy Ward, who we just mentioned. Those are the two biggest drops right now. Jason Morrow, we had ranked 19th. I kind of felt like he might drop a little bit farther than 19th. I think it's starting to get to the time where Morrow really should be going. After that, a lot of the guys that we have ranked at the top of our big four that are falling, like Bridgewater. We have Dominique Easley. These guys are falling because of off-the-field stuff like injuries or whatever. Easley has 2 bum knees. If not, he'd be a top 10 pick. But as again, still most of the top players available are still linemen. So hopefully there will be a run on those soon. And that'll leave plenty of wide receivers and cornerbacks left for the Jets. But the top guys are all remaining, for the most part, linemen at this point.
Yeah, and I mean, could you see the Jets possibly drafting a lineman coming up, or do you think that it's definitely got to be, I guess you call it a skill position, corner?
Cut you off real quick.
Scott, you're going to be very happy.
The Panthers have taken Kelvin Benjamin, and I am thrilled.
Oh boy.
So Kelvin Benjamin, let me tell you about Kelvin Benjamin. Kelvin
Here we
Benjamin, we had ranked as our number 80th pick. A lot of people, the reason, though, that he went in the first round is because he's a physical freak. He's 6'5", he's massive. Problem is, he stinks. Kelvin Benjamin had one good year at Florida State with a Heisman-winning quarterback throwing to him. He really struggled a lot he struggled a lot more between the 20s, where he really made his bones in the red zone. So if you're looking for a red zone threat, Kelvin Benjamin's your guy. If you're looking for a guy that's going to help you drive down the field, he really isn't. He's a bit of a project. He's really raw in a lot of aspects, like his route running. I don't think he's worth a first-round pick. I don't think he's worth a second or a third-round pick. I especially didn't think this after he apparently blew off one of his workouts with a coach that flew up to see him. They're taking Kelvin Benjamin on the idea that in a few years in 2 years he'll be a fantastic prospect. Fortunately, the Jets did something almost exactly similar last year or 2 years ago with Stephen Hill. I think there's another massive overreach. What do you think, Dave?
Yeah, I mean, I like Kelvin a little bit more than you, Scott, but that's because I like him a little bit. I agree that between the 20s, he's probably not the best. He really rounds off his cuts. He doesn't really, he's just very unpolished. But if you want, football's all about putting points on the board. And if you can introduce a guy with that physical presence in the end zone, then he's going to put some points on the board for you. He's probably going to, at least have some value. I don't think he's a first-round selection. I'm completely with you there. I think if he went late second, then I think that'd be about right, just because he puts points on the board. But they're going to have to be very patient with him. They're going to have to really work with him. But it's all very well and good having to work with someone. They need to want to work with you as well. And like you said, there's some attitude concerns with Kelvin. He probably already thinks he's made it. But let's see how he does when he comes up against the likes of Richard Sherman and people like that. And when people start getting physical with him at the line, and he can't just overpower and use his physical presence just to get open. I think that's going to be really interesting to watch, and he's going to be one of the most interesting prospects to actually see how he does in year one. Because we could be sitting there with egg on our face, and he ends up being a 15 touchdown, 1,000-yard receiver, or he could end up with 7 touchdowns but only about 125 yards.
I like this tweet from Jets Depressed. Kelvin Benjamin is a terrible football player with an actually known terrible work ethic. And I agree with that. I'm so glad the Jets didn't take him. I was really nervous the Jets would trade up for him or something. That was my worst nightmare.
All right, I'm going to be that guy. I have to ask this question of you two. Does New England take Teddy Bridgewater as the heir apparent to Tom Brady?
I'd be surprised. I think I'm looking at the board. I could see them taking Lewis Nix or Hagman maybe. I could see them taking one of those guys to replace Vince Wilfork. He's here temporarily, but I think a defensive tackle would be the best thing for them. They would shore up an already good defense. The one weakness is run defense. They can shore that up, they'll be good to go.
Yeah, man. What about you, David? What are your thoughts on who New England will end up grabbing?
Yeah, I completely agree with Scott. I think it needs to be someone on the defensive line, and with Wilfork, I think Lewis Nix is the perfect replacement for him. Nix is just a massive unit who will just clog up, on that one technique or zero technique, nose over the center. It's a little bit frustrating they can go from someone like Wilfork to someone like Nix if they do take him, because I think Nix is going to be a really, really good, positive, run stuffer and just a heavy unit just to move and run against for the next 5-10 years. The only other position that I read they were looking at quite heavily is the center. I think defensive tackle offers a lot more value at this position than a center does. But Weston Richburg might, the Patriots are the kind of team who just make a pick like that and don't really care. So I think it's either going to be Lewis Nix or it'll be a centre like Weston Richburg.
Yeah, Western Richburg, that makes sense. Yeah.
Yeah.
I think it's. If it was me, I'd be taking Lewis Nix or Rashid Hageman. It might be.
No, let me ask.
What's that?
No, let me ask you. Knowing New England's history, what are the odds that they go completely out of left field and pulls really down there, like somewhere in your 70s, 60s, with the they're going to make, or do you think they're going to go, I guess you would call it reach for someone? What do you think?
If they were going to reach for someone,
And not even that, but do you think
the Patriots don't. I don't know. I think the Patriots will go with someone safe at D tackle. That's my guess. All right,
okay,
so
that makes
the I see. Okay, so a lot of times we get the picks early, and it's a question of whether or not we should announce them, or should we wait, or if we should wait. What do you guys think? Take a vote. Should we announce the Patriots pick? Do it.
Yeah, just do it.
Yeah. The New England Patriots are the 29th pick in the first round of the NFL draft. Have taken Dominique Easley, defensive tackle. I mentioned Easley a few times. He's our top-rated defensive tackle left on the board. The reason he's fallen this far is because his knees might explode at any moment. He's had, I think, 2 ACL tears in both knees, or an ACL tear in each knee. He's had a lot of medical concerns. So I think that's the reason he's fallen. If he's healthy, then he'll be a great pick for them. I don't think he is healthy from the sounds of it. So I'm kind of hoping he's not. So I think if you're looking at it from a talent perspective, it's a good pick for them. If you're looking at off the field stuff, it's questionable. What do you think?
Yeah, I mean, I completely agree with you, Scott. I think obviously his ability to stay healthy is the major red flag, and we were talking about Colt earlier about some teams taking him off their board because of his character issues. Some people will have taken Easley completely off their board just due to his knee injuries, because they're not little knocks that he's picked up. These are serious knee injuries, and obviously they put a lot of pressure at the defensive tackle on the knees. So it's actually a really big risk, in my opinion, that New England are taking here, because he has got a lot of talent when he can stay healthy, but one more knee injury and that could be his career over. So that's a massive risk that New England have taken there.
Mm-hmm, yeah. If he's healthy, then he's great. But if he's not, which I don't think he will be, what's that?
Look, when New England's known for doing this with players before, whether it's off the field issues, I'm not saying that New England's perfect, but they've had a pretty good track record with, going, outside the box and, forgetting about off the field stuff and just going pure talent. Now, obviously, sometimes it does burn you, in a certain case, but, honestly, I think it's a good position grab them. And just, you hope for the kid's sake his knees hold up, only because you hate to see a career ended, but you hope for New England's sake he blows out his knees first day. So it is a tough position. Yeah. All right, Scott, so we only have a few picks left. Why don't you give us your thoughts on them?
So let's see, who do we have remaining? We have Denver and Seattle are remaining, right? Oh, and San Francisco. San Francisco, I'm guessing San Francisco taking takes a wide receiver. I guess they're taking a wide receiver. You know what? I take it back. I bet they take a player to replace Alden Smith. I bet they take Atuachu, outside linebacker. That's my guess for who they'll take. What do you think, Dave?
Yeah, I mean, I completely agree. I was going to say Carl Van Noy.
Yeah.
That's who I think that they may select. I would go with him. A cornerback also was something that I was thinking about, but I don't think there's anyone who offers really good value at the moment.
Yeah.
So my selection would probably be Van Noy, but I agree. Your selection, it makes a lot of sense. So one of those two.
Yeah. I think they. It sounds like Alden Smith is pretty much on the way out. Pretty much on the way out just because it was all the field thing. So we'll see. But we'll see. Apparently the pick is in right now. And then there are just two more, and then we'll be done with the first round. And as you guys know, we'll be back tomorrow night. The draft starts at 7 tomorrow. I think it's round 2 and 3 tomorrow. Am I right? Remember correctly?
Yeah.
Rounds 2 and 3 tomorrow. Starts at 6:50. Starts at 7 a.m. or 7 p.m. Sorry, and we'll be back tomorrow to cover those as well. But let's see. Yeah, so our guesses right now for the 49ers are going to be Atuachu or Van Noy for top 2 ranked outside linebackers. Atuachu is number 34 and Van Noy is number 49. Either one is pretty good, I think, for the Niners. Yeah. I think Dominique Easley played one game his senior year at Florida before his ACL blew out again. Yeah, so they got an injury-prone guy. See who the Niners take. Nick, you gonna be back with us tomorrow?
Oh, yes, I am, as long as my internet holds out. I'm about to go beat the router with a mallet. Hopefully that'll fix it.
Yeah.
Of course I will. Hope you guys have enjoyed it tonight. Appreciate all you guys always being there. And thanks to Scott. Kicking some butt for the last, what has it been, 4 hours now?
Something like that. I'm only look at my report on Dominique Easley.
Just seeing San Francisco's pick.
Who'd they take?
I'm very upset.
Who'd they take?
Jimmy Ward.
Jimmy Ward.
No.
He knew it.
Man, the NFC West is going to be brutal. I mean, it already is brutal, but Jesus. Okay, let me cross them off the list then. That means that with the exception of we have Bridgewater and Amaro. Other than that, all of our top 20 picks are all taken. Actually, there are 2 remaining of our top 23 picks.
That's not a bad number there.
No, so it's mostly been the farthest reaches so far have been Juwan James, D. Ford, Kelvin Benjamin, and Deion Buchanan, and Marcus Smith. Those have been, according to our big board, the biggest reaches tonight. Jets have taken Calvin Pryor, as we've said, hard-hitting safety out of Louisville, and Roger Goodell is now announcing the Niners pick. Yep, they've taken Jimmy Ward. Dave's favorite. The love of Dave's life.
Okay, well, let me tell you a little bit about Jimmy Ward then, and
Tell us everything.
Why San Francisco have got themselves one of the best safety, in my opinion, in this draft. And the main reason is that Jimmy can do everything. And I mean everything. Like, at Northern Illinois, he was asked to play the run. He was asked to drop into coverage. He was asked to blitz. He covered slot receivers. He covered tight ends. He's got good range. He tackles well. He takes good angles. I don't understand. I think the reason why a lot more people aren't on this bandwagon is because of the competition that he faced at Northern Illinois. And whenever people like this come into the NFL, people will always say, the competition he faced wasn't that great. He'll be exposed at the next level. of course, it's always a risk when these guys come into the league, but he has great technique and he shows great leadership. I think San Francisco, obviously, I'm going to say this because Jimmy Ward's been my guy since the start. I think San Francisco have just got themselves a fantastic safety. And I expect to see him in the Pro Bowl within a couple of years.
Yeah. Well, we know how much you love him. You love him almost as much as I love Dre Archer.
Yeah, you still got a possibility for yours.
Yeah, here's hoping.
Yeah, so 2 picks left, Denver, Seattle. Where do you think they're going? Obviously not quarterback for either of them. Where do you think Denver's going, and where do you think Seattle's going to
go? Good question.
I think Seattle's probably going to go with the offensive line. I think Joel Bitonio is a guy who could go there. I'm trying to look at the board just to see who we've.
Yeah, they lost Giacomini. They lost McQuiston, didn't they, as well?
I think so.
Yeah, so I think our top-rated offensive guys we have are Antonio Richardson, tackle, Suafilo, guard. We have who else we have? We have David Yankee from Stanford, who's also a guard. We have who else? We have Gabe Jackson up here. There are a lot of potential guys here. Joel Bitonio. There's really a lot of potential if they decide they want to go on the offensive line.
Yeah.
A lot of guards, a lot of tackles. Our top-rated center is Marcus Morin, ranked number 52 on our board, right in the middle there.
Yeah.
I think that makes sense.
Let me ask this, because we've been so focused on the end of this round. How do we shape up right now for the second round in terms of need and best player available? Obviously, Bridgewater, is still around, so I don't think he'll make it to the Jets. I mean, what other positions and what skill positions are there that you think is going to be the Jets going to have the pick of the litter from? Like cornerback, is wide receiver? What do you think, Scott?
Pick of the litter, I'm thinking tight end. I think Jason Morrow is falling right now. There's still Eric Ebron has been the only tight end that's been taken. So we still have Jason Morrow. We still have Austin Seferian-Jenkins. Cole Lair, obviously, we said he's not going to be taken until much later in the draft. We have C.J. Federitz. I think there should be there'll be a number of good tight ends on the board for the Jets. Troy Nicholas, obviously wide receivers we've talked about extensively. Tight end, I think there should be several remaining on the board by the time the Jets pick. And same with guard. I think if they want to get a long-term solution for Willie Colon, they'll probably have Joel Bitonio, Trey Turner, Gabe Jackson might still be on the board. Dave Yankee's still there. Suafilo is still there. There are a lot of guards left if they want to go there, so a lot there as well. Cornerback, there should be a fair number of them, such as Desir, Baptiste, Breland, McGill. Those are all guys that should still be there, or they'll be going around then. So they should have some good options there as well. So I think the Jets are still, so far, the Jets are still in a good position. There haven't been any real major runs on them, so it's still, the board's still shaping up in a good way for the Jets.
And David, what do you think? Think we're shaping up pretty well?
Yeah, I think we're doing quite well. I think wide receiver and cornerback are still the two biggest needs, but I think there's still a lot of talent there. The one guy I really don't want is Roby. I just really don't want him, so I'm really hoping he goes before we get there. But wide receiver is probably the position right now that I'm really looking at as saying we're going to have quite a good pick there, because you've still got Moncrief there, you've still got Latimer. Obviously Landry's still there. You've still got a lot of talent there, so I'm really happy with the way it's breaking down right now.
Dave, I'm going to put you on pause for a second.
Yeah.
The Broncos have taken Bradley Roby. Interesting. So we have Bradley Roby as our number 2 cornerback remaining on the board. Cross them off here. Number 46. So Bradley Roby was an interesting guy. He actually was just arrested for driving under the influence, which is interesting because he wasn't driving. He was sitting in a parked car in the passenger seat, and he wasn't under the influence since his BAC was .008. So he had an interesting thing. He had an interesting off the field thing recently, but I think that's good. That's good. It's not bad. That's not a bad pick numbers wise. Not too big of a reach for them if they really wanted a corner. That's not a bad pick for them.
And plus, it does the good thing of takes them off the board, so the Jets aren't interested. I'm sure, David, you have a very strong opinion on Roby in a negative light. I mean, is it just off the field stuff, or what on the field didn't you like?
Yeah, I really don't like his tackling. I don't think he gives a great effort when he's on the field either, and that really annoys me when it comes to corners. Guys who don't wrap up, because sometimes they are the last line of defense, and someone who doesn't wrap up can cost you 7 points straight away. And I think it does come down to effort at times. He didn't really look like he could be bothered last year, and that it just really annoys me. I don't want those kind of players on my team. Guys who lack effort, who lack a little bit of a motor, and especially guys who can't tackle. And he's really struggled with tackling, even during 2012, where it was I think that was his best year in college. I could be wrong, but I think that was his best year. He always struggled to wrap up the ball tackler. The ball carrier. So, I don't think he's a terrible cornerback. I think he has a lot of potential. He has a very high ceiling, but he just needs to put it all together. And I just wasn't sure he could do it here. So I'd rather him try and work out all those issues somewhere else than us try and sort them out for him.
I just wanted to say for a minute, apparently, if the Patriots hadn't taken Dominique Easley at 29, the Seattle Seahawks were planning on taking him at 32. So it's just interesting that he would have gone around then regardless. But.
That's an interesting point. So obviously you could see, this is what did you have him on your board, Scott?
Who, Bradley Roby?
No, easily.
Easily we had the number 21 player.
So there you go. Obviously, Seahawks are drafting talent. They're not too worried about, the knee thing either. So,
yeah. I mean, no matter how you look at it, no matter how great the reconstructive surgery was, he still has had reconstructive surgery on both knees. So if he's healthy, great pick. It's a big if, though.
Yeah, I mean, it goes with anything in this draft is you're always going to have, some downsides. The problem is with injuries, especially knees like this, the downside is he could be, one and done.
I need to cut you off here. Apparently, the Minnesota Vikings have traded for the Seattle Seahawks pick.
Yep, here comes Bridgewater.
It's got to be Bridgewater. They're trying to get ahead of Houston, the first pick of the next round. That's my guess.
Yep, I'd guess it too. And could you imagine Houston almost making it and then having that happen?
Jeez, yeah. Well, I mean, there's still a number. They're not going to take Derek. They're not going to take Carr because of their bad history with players with the name Carr. But there's be some other good players like Garoppolo, David Fales. There'll be a bunch of other good quarterbacks for them to take. But this has got to be Bridgewater right now. And that's good. That's a good pick for them. I mean, it's pretty amazing that Bridgewater's fallen to this far. I'm glad, assuming he is the pick, I'm glad he's still going in the first round. I'm hoping it's him. What do you think, Dave?
Yeah, 100%. I think, it's got to be Bridgewater. I don't see any other reason why they trade up. There's no one else really.
It's got to be a quarterback at least.
It's got to be a quarterback, and it's got to be Bridgewater. If they take Carr or Fales or, I don't know, Aaron Murray, I don't know. If they take anyone other than Bridgewater, I'm going to slap them with a wet fish.
Is that what you guys do in England? You slap people with wet fishes?
It's a Saturday.
It's as long as they're not salmon.
No, it's always salmon.
Oh.
God, I'm really hoping it's Carr now, just because I want to see what you do.
I'm going to come over there and slap you with a salmon.
Sounds dirty.
That sounds salmon on salmon violence. But Yeah, it is 4 hours long, folks. We're on the home stretch. You could tell we're
It is
pretty much.
20
So
to
it's been
5
4
in the
hours
morning.
and 13 minutes, right? No, no.
Yeah,
What time did the draft start again? 8 o'clock?
no, we started 6:30, right? We started six.
No, we started
Well,
at 7:30. The draft started at 8. Okay.
yeah.
Oh man,
So we are
we're not going to make it to my 4 hours and 40-minute projection.
at this point. I don't know if we could do 4 hours. I think I'd need a coffee shot and some other adult beverages.
Tomorrow it's going to be longer.
Oh, I know.
I'm going to take a nap before tomorrow.
Yep.
All right, the pick is in for the Vikings. It's got to be Bridgewater. Although I'm really, really hoping it's Carr. So the Seahawks, apparently the trade, the Seahawks are getting the Vikings pick at 40th and their 4th round pick.
Oh, okay.
So that's what I'm telling you. I think if the Jets have want to trade up to the beginning of the 2nd round, a 4th round pick should do it. But I don't see any reason for them to do that now that Barrett's gone, and I don't see really anyone else worth it at this point. After after Bridgewater, the next quarterback that we have, we actually have David Fales. That was my insistence. Dave, I'm sure did not want that as much as I did. Then we have Derek Carr and Jimmy Garoppolo, but Teddy Bridgewater is clearly the #1 quarterback on the board right now. And here is Roger. Let's see. And that's it. It's Teddy Bridgewater. 1st round, he finally goes off the board. That's 3 Louisville players. We got Calvin Pryor, Marcus Smith, and Teddy Bridgewater, all from Louisville, all going off the board in the 1st round. And that about wraps it up.
Yeah.
So that, ladies and gentlemen, has been the 1st round of the NFL Draft. We hope you enjoyed watching with us. We hope you'll be back tomorrow. The Jets are going to be picking middle of the 2nd round, unless they decide to trade up. They'll have 1 pick in this round, and in the 3rd round they'll also have 1 pick. So we'll have both rounds tomorrow for you. Right now, I'll just give you a quick rundown. Our top 5 players on our board are we have Jason Morrow, we have Antonio Richardson, and we have Stuart Phillips. And Coney Ely and Lewis Nix, those are our top remaining players on our board. But of our top 23, only 1 is remaining, so doing pretty good so far. Like I said, we hope you guys enjoyed. Thank you for joining us tonight, guys.
Yep. Thank you.